6:30, calling the meeting to order, please. I know. For the folks that are still in the hallway, please be quiet if you can. You're welcome to listen and stand out there and listen. We're going to ask people after the privilege of the floor to leave after they've spoken so that we can open up the room for more people to come in. But I'd like to get the meeting started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Judy Drake?
Here.
Lori Hemmings?
Here.
Christine Montag?
Here.
Joseph Wetmore?
Here.
Ruth Groff?
Here. I thank you everyone for coming. First of all, I want to let you know we've had some issues with our audio. We brought in a standby system here in case this goes kapooey again. That's why all this equipment is in the room. But I would like to say to everyone, again, welcome. We're glad that you came here. I want to begin by clearly stating that the board will not be voting on the proposed moratorium tonight. It is not on the agenda, and even if we were to agree on the language this evening, there are still procedural steps that must be completed before a vote could occur. This issue has generated strong feelings throughout our community, and rightfully so. Every member of this board understands the weight of this decision. We take it seriously. I have personally read through the hundreds of comments submitted and have had one-on-one conversations with residents from all sides of the issue. I want you to know that I hear you. I respect the diversity of viewpoints shared, and I remain committed to considering all perspectives with an open mind and a sense of responsibility. And I know I speak for the entire board when I say that we are all taking your comments into account as we move forward in this process. We have heard from the business community, from environmental advocates, from residents who care deeply about preserving the character of our town. We've also heard from individuals with specific projects in motion who have shared how a proposed moratorium could impact them directly. These perspectives, while sometimes in tension with one another, are all important. Every voice matters, and we are listening with the goal of making decisions that balance the diverse needs of our community. The feedback we've received has helped this board gain a deeper understanding of the community's concerns, values, and aspirations for Lansing's future. Many comments were thoughtful, well-reasoned, and respectfully expressed. In fact, several changes to the proposed moratorium have been made directly in response to your input. We sincerely appreciate the high level of civic engagement shown throughout this process. That said, to fully appreciate the reasons behind the proposed moratorium and its importance, it's helpful to take a step back and review the background and context that have brought us to this point. Understanding this history is crucial as we move forward together as a community. In 2018, the town of Lansing adopted a comprehensive plan. This plan outlined a long-term vision for growth, development, and conservation across our town. Following that, discussions began about updating our zoning laws to better reflect the goals and values expressed in the comprehensive plan. Since then, the town has taken several important steps. In 2019, the town board created the Conservation Advisory Council. That council produced two foundational documents: the Natural Resources Inventory, adopted in 2021, and the Open Space Conservation Plan, adopted in 2024. In 2022, the town also adopted the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan, which supports the long-term vision of balanced growth and environmental stewardship. In 2023, the town began its first zoning update by splitting the RA district into two new zones, RA and AG. However, it quickly became clear that updating zoning across the entire town would be an extremely time-consuming and resource-intensive effort. Staff were stretched thin, and the pace of progress was not sustainable. A budget request to hire outside help was denied due to financial constraints. In response, the town applied for the New York State Smart Growth Community Planning Zoning Grant in 2024. We were awarded the grant on February 3rd, 2025, which allowed us to move forward. The town initially hired Colliers Engineering to conduct a zoning gap analysis as part of our grant application. Following the success of that analysis, Colliers was later awarded the contract to lead the full zoning update process. But that gap analysis report highlighted several key issues that demand our attention. It found clear discrepancies between the current zoning map and the future land use map in the comprehensive plan, showing that our zoning regulations are not aligned with the future we have envisioned. The report recommended that the town revise its zoning districts and zoning map to better match the goals of the comprehensive plan. It advised the town to encourage denser development in areas with existing sewer and water infrastructure, and to ensure that areas without those services are appropriately zoned to manage growth responsibly. Additionally, the analysis recommended integrating form-based elements into the zoning code to guide the design and character of new development. This would apply to multifamily housing, commercial projects, and scenic byways, helping to preserve the rural and small town character that so many of us value. As part of our compliance with the grant, the town began holding monthly meetings with the state and created a zoning advisory committee, officially appointed in August. We then issued a request for proposal and formally selected Colliers Engineering in September to lead the zoning rewrite process. With the consulting firm now in place, the zoning rewrite project is officially underway. This has prompted the need for a moratorium to maintain the status quo while we complete this important and detailed work. The moratorium is not about stopping growth. It is about ensuring that development during the transitional period does not conflict with the town's evolving vision. I understand that the idea of a moratorium raises questions and concerns, especially when people are already deeply invested emotionally, financially, and personally. That is why tonight, without the pressure of a pending vote, I invite us all to pause and reflect. Let us keep in mind that we share a common goal: to protect what we love about Lansing while planning responsibly for its future. Please continue to share your thoughts. Your voices are shaping this process, and they will continue to guide it. This board is listening, and we remain committed to making thoughtful, inclusive decisions for the benefit of the entire community. I now open the rest of the board for comments, questions, statements.
Sure.
It's going to be the opposite.
I know that. I want to explain why I strongly support the proposed moratorium on certain development projects while we complete our zoning code update. The moratorium is not a halt to all growth. It is a carefully targeted, temporary pause intended to protect the integrity of the zoning update that our community has been working towards for years. In 2018, we adopted a comprehensive plan that reflects our shared vision for Lansing's future. Since then, we've made meaningful progress towards bringing that vision to life. We've recently begun a grant-funded zoning rewrite in collaboration with professional consultants and an advisory committee to ensure that our code aligns with our plan's goals. The next step in this process is to implement a moratorium on large-scale development. This temporary pause will help maintain the status quo while the community works together to shape the future of zoning in Lansing. The proposed moratorium is designed to be minimally disruptive to Lansing's economy. Smaller projects, which make up the vast majority of those reviewed by the Planning Board, will continue to move forward. The pause applies to only larger developments. I'm recommending a threshold of projects over 6,000 square feet. In recent years, developments of this scale have sparked widespread public frustration over the community's limited ability to shape outcomes. Allowing such projects to proceed under outdated zoning would ignore these concerns and risk permanently undermining the shared vision we've spent years to build. Using a moratorium during a zoning update is a common and responsible planning practice. Neighboring communities like Dryden and Caroline have used them effectively to protect their planning efforts and ensure alignment with community values. Some have argued that a moratorium is unnecessary because nothing is on the table yet. But those arguments ignore the real risks we face. In a town with sizable parcels of undeveloped land, a large-scale development application could be submitted at any moment. Developers are well aware that the new zoning rules are coming, and they have every incentive to rush projects forward under the current code, locking in developments that may directly conflict with the goals we have established as a community. Without a moratorium, we leave the door open wide to exactly the kind of outcomes the zoning rewrite is intended to prevent. We have already seen the consequences of outdated zoning. It limits our ability to shape development in line with our shared goals. With the Dandy Mini Mart proposal, both the residents and the planning board asked that the building be placed at the sidewalk to create a more pedestrian-friendly streetscape, just as the comprehensive plan specifically recommends. The developer refused. Because our zoning code did not require it, the planning board had no authority to enforce the change. The Dollar General proposal, the planning board requested that the parking lot be placed behind the building to promote a safer and more welcoming streetscape. The developer again declined, allowing only a side parking, which still falls short of our comprehensive plan's goals. These examples show what happens when we rely on outdated zoning. The planning board can make recommendations, but developers are free to ignore them. This results in permanent changes to our natural and built environment that do not reflect what our community wants or needs. As one planning board member wrote in a recent public comment, quote, "The planning board tries very hard to respect local standards for new development, but I am concerned that we do not have clear, consistent regulations that reflect those standards and have been reviewed and adapted through regular local legislative process. This leaves the board and applicants with an extended process of negotiation that may leave the town open to legal challenges and may discourage quality proposals desired by the community," unquote. This is precisely what the moratorium is designed to prevent. It safeguards the zoning update process by providing the necessary time to complete our work without the pressure of incompatible, large-scale proposals. It's difficult to stay focused on envisioning the future of the town when immediate developments demand our attention. Allowing major projects to move forward would derail our focus from long-term planning and distract us with deliberations over individual developments. This would drain valuable time and resources and potentially rush the process in an attempt to stop specific projects, putting the entire vision we are striving for at risk. This is exactly what we're seeing right now with the TerraWolf proposal. Rather than focusing on the urgent need for responsible, forward-looking planning, the conversation has been diverted into a heated debate over a singular impactful project. This approach undermines the broader community goals and stalls the progress we desperately need. This moment calls for unity and long-term vision, not endless disputes over individual developments. We simply cannot afford to let the cycle of conflict repeat over and over again the coming year, because it will only delay the zoning updates and threaten the future we are working on so hard to build. The moratorium helps us stay focused. It protects the process and ensures that future growth in Lansing reflects the values we've already agreed upon. The purpose of a moratorium, like the one we are proposing, is not anti-development. Rather, it allows for smart, community-driven growth by making sure new projects follow clear, updated rules. For these reasons, I urge my fellow board members to pass the moratorium. It is a reasonable and responsible step that will protect Lansing's future and allow us to finish this important work without distraction or regret.
Okay. I also have a statement. It's going to have a little different twist with some questions that I had for myself, but I'm just going to straight read it. I want to start with the fact that I appreciate, the same as Ruth had said and Joe had said, that we appreciate all the input that has been afforded and shared with the town board members over the past weeks. It's been a lot to read and a lot to consider. There have been a lot of comments received in favor of and against the moratorium. I do have to say a great deal of it more relates to the terrible project than the overall concern for the general development of the town of Lansing. I'll admit that I have been back and forth on whether there should be or should not be a moratorium. I am in favor of business and honestly have two family members that are local business people who have brought a lot to the community over the years in donations and sales tax revenues. I know that the town cannot afford to be a bedroom community, and business is important to us. I do recognize that it is critical to make sure the town zoning is in line with the comprehensive plan. It is important to complete the rezoning project, and I'm happy that we have consultants working on this project with the public and the business input committee that has been assembled. The rural agricultural and AG rezoning process took a long time, so hopefully this project can move much quicker with dedicated time and recommendations by the consultant for the committee to discuss and consider. I have read and heard from many about realigning the zoning with the comprehensive plan to make sure large developments don't come into the area that don't align with the comprehensive plan. I have reviewed zoning law chapter 270 in the comprehensive plan and wonder what is so drastically off that would require stopping business development. I have heard that large projects like the Dollar General and the Dandy Mart were allowed uses in the current zoning and wouldn't have been in the zoning aligned with the comprehensive plan. These statements make me pause. The stores could have looked a lot better, maybe with some site design requirements and some setbacks, but they were serving the residents, and many residents like that they are there. All these large developments are on state highways and not on local roads and local neighborhoods, costing residents more infrastructure. In reviewing the comprehensive plan, it includes statements like community support of small business, attract local entrepreneurs, create small-scale commercial activities. Future land use goals 1B, 1C, and 1F recommend a rewrite of the zoning for newer zoning mechanisms that move away from allowed and non-allowed uses. They focus more on mixed uses and commercial and housing. These include guidelines for planning boards on elements like form, building size, setbacks, buffering, even control on noise and light. These are all great goals and things that we should be working on. But a few things come to mind for me when I'm contemplating the need for the moratorium. And the moratorium on whether we should actually be stopping business during this time period. We will not be supporting small business and won't be attracting local entrepreneurs for a period of time, which sends a long-term message than just the time of the moratorium. It also makes me question if the previous local resident owner of the Dandy Mart site had decided to put in a similar project, gas station, market, rebuild the pit stop, but adding diesel for large trucks, would that have been more acceptable because they were local entrepreneurs than out of the area owners like Dandy Mart? Is it a desire to have a double standard for local owners versus big bag multi-million-dollar companies? Maybe we need to realize that local owners don't have all the funds to bring in some of the businesses we actually need and may desire in our town. As for the industrial research IR zone, a recommendation in the comp plan includes provide incentive for redevelopment and retrofitting of aging or abandoned industrial or commercial sites to avoid abandoned buildings. The town board, as early as 2019, was made aware of a potential project coming to the AES Cayuga location and what it could involve. There was a committee assembled to study this area and make a recommendation to the town board. In 2022, the committee's recommendation was to have a moratorium and work on the rezoning for the IR area, specifically that area. This did not occur at that time. In 2022 to 2023, as chair of the ZBA, I served on the smaller code revisions committee along with Joe, along with Guy. After the AG and RA rezoning was done, which took a long time, the committee discussed priorities for future zoning modifications that they should be working on. I don't recall any discussion about the need to get right on the industrial research IR zone at that time. Why not then if it was so important to make sure that we do it now? To reiterate some goals of the comp plan under economic development include create a sense of place, use existing assets and use them to attract new investments and strengthen local business. Create a place where workers, entrepreneurs, business want to locate, invest, and expand. Again, all excellent goals that I agree with. However, I don't see the numbers and projects showing that the town is getting overrun with small or large developments that they aren't beating down our doors so much though that we need to pause it from occurring. Working on the rezoning project can move forward without the need to pause development for a year, which we all know can be extended. If the desire is to create overlay zones and form-based zoning and give more power to the planning board, then that can happen in tandem with continuing to allow business growth in Lansing. The town has good professional planning staff that work with the developers and the planning board to bring about the best projects within the requirements possible. They are setting conditions on approvals for the developers to make the projects as best as possible. As a town board member, I trust the planners and the planning board that they have the town in their best interest and will do the best job that they can. At this moment, I'm still listening to comments made by folks, but right now I'm siding towards being in favor of not having a moratorium on development at this time.
Do either of you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I just have a few comments. I didn't want to read anything, so it's brief. I, like Judy, think that we need more than residential property taxes for our town to survive. I know of businesses in town that have already been affected just by the talk of a moratorium, and so we need to support these businesses. And then I know the sort of talk about the moratorium has sort of been hijacked into talking about stopping a data center, and a lot of people don't believe anything TerraWolf says. A few of us visited their site, and it is run in the way that they're saying they'll run it here. I worked as an engineer at a shipyard. I know what a heat exchanger looks like. So I think we should be able to take advantage of our industrial site. TerraWolf will need to go through the planning department, get approvals. They might even have to have a variance to use that site for what they want to do. That'll take a good year probably to get through there. So the things that we're worried about in this AI data center, they'll be examined during SECRA and in land use review. And John can correct me if I'm wrong on these points, but I think this takes it out of our purview, and I don't want to affect small businesses in town by putting in a moratorium. Thanks.
Did you have any
Sure.
statement or a question?
I do have not really a statement. Like Christine, I didn't really want to write anything in advance. I will say that I am, like everyone else, very grateful for everyone showing up and sharing your opinions with us. I really appreciate the feedback from the community. And I also am conscious of the fact that we need to be both responsible with our community development and also protect and encourage businesses as best we can. As a former planning board member, however, I do feel that I felt when I was on the planning board somewhat hampered by the fact that our zoning laws were not in accordance with our comprehensive plan. I think it is wise, regardless of whether a moratorium is passed or not, to update our zoning and make sure that the planning board has the right tools to work with and that they can actually ask for the things and provide more clarity to people who are businesses that want to come in and want to develop in this area so that they will understand better what it is that this town is looking for. Thank you.
I know you guys all had a lot of questions too. I personally would like to address some of the wording in the moratorium itself. And I would like to have conversation about that and input from Guy as well and the technicalities of it. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go through that right now. The first thing that caught my eye.
Do we need to move to open the working session?
We are in working session.
Okay, all right, great.
So, and I've read this several times, but then I read it again, I think with a different viewpoint. And the first thing that struck me, and I understand it's just probably a legal term, but it sounds very harsh to me. And the sentence is the second one, actually, in section 1. It says, among the purposes of this local law are to freeze in place current land uses and development activities, such as construction. And to me, I understand what the intent was for that, but it just sounded very drastic to me to say freeze in place. It sounds to me like everything was just going to stop. Is there a way we can reword that to make it more of a status quo?
If I recall, that's a preamble and not actually a regulatory part of the law, so rephrase it. It's not, it doesn't affect how the law works or what it does.
Okay.
It's introductory.
Okay.
So if you'd rather have an introduction be stronger, weaker, harsher, more liquid, shorter, longer, you can change it.
Well, I understand the intent of it. It's just that it struck me as very harsh. And I didn't know if there was just a way to make it sound, to achieve the same goal with different words that were like status quo or something like that.
I think it does use that term later, but you could take that whole sentence out and nothing would functionally change in how the law works.
Okay, all right. And I think the next one, I think someone even brought this up at the public hearing, and I'm probably going to get the same answer from you, Guy. It says in section 2, it says this local law is a police power, which I think sounds very drastic, again, to use that term. But is there another way to put that, or
Sure, you don't have to say that at all. That's just using the language of the New York State Constitution. If that's frightening, that's frightening.
Okay.
But the authority of the town to act is legislative authority delegated by the state of New York. And when the town adopts local laws and issues regulations, it is using its police power. That's a term of art. It's not common in this century, but it refers to what this town is doing. And moratoria is utilizing legislative authority to achieve an end.
Okay.
So there's two general types of moratorium. There's general police power moratoria, and there's land use moratoria. They are similar and they are different. They're treated differently under seeker for good cause and good reasons. The classic police power moratorium would be to stop issuing permits for all special events until you update a noise law or a special event permit law. This is a land use moratorium. It too is an exercise in the police power.
Okay.
If you don't like that term, don't use it, but that's still what it is.
No, I just think it needed clarification, because I think for a lot of people, I did hear, I think one person at the public hearing said it sounded very, I don't remember the term that was used, but it caught everybody's attention. So I wanted that to be clarified to the community, and what it meant, that it wasn't as really.
Okay, well, if it looks aggressive because it uses the word police, then use the word regulatory power, and it's the same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I do have some more. I don't want to monopolize this conversation, but under the exemptions, I'd like to get input from the rest of the board, how you feel about this. Exemption E, when it talks about any residential subdivision of 8 lots or less when sited wholly within the existing, currently the word is R1, R2, or R3 zones. Would it be appropriate to open that up to all zones, that exemption? How do the other people on the board feel about that?
Please say that again, Ruth. Sorry, just say that again.
It's
Was looking for the section.
under the section 6, which is the exemptions.
Yep.
It's E, and first sentence says it's cited wholly within existing R1, R2, or R3 zones. And I'd like to open that up to say all zones.
Well, that's referring to residential subdivisions.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Or do we want to just update it to include ag? Or I need thoughts from other board members.
Yeah, we did have some comments from people in the Ag District who were looking for being able to do subdivisions for residential use. I would certainly be amenable to adding ag here, but I'm not sure I would say for all zones.
I'll just state, I think John can correct me, I don't think residential is allowed in the industrial zone, so you could open up subdivision for residential in the industrial, but it'd be meaningless.
I caught the first half of that residential wasn't permitted industrial.
Right, so if you opened up subdivisions for residential use in the industrial zone, it would be meaningless.
Right.
Right, but
Okay.
we were proposing opening it up for development in the ag zone.
Yep.
But I agree with you, Joe. I don't think the industrial zone would do much.
Can I ask which ag zone? Are you talking AG or RA or
Yeah, I
both?
was just going to say, we have two, RA and AG.
Right.
So
I would
both?
say both.
What about R3?
That's it.
R3 is already in
It's
there.
already-
Okay, L1?
R1, R2, and R3 are already in.
They're already in there.
Okay, what about L1 and B1 and B2 then? Exclude them?
I'd be open to opening up to all zones.
Hey, Joe, can you speak?
I would be open to opening up to all the zones. Maybe, if you want to exclude the industrial or not, I think it's kind of irrelevant.
Okay, and is the lot sizes, the point at which you need to go get permission is 4-lot subdivision, 6-lot subdivision, 8-lot subdivision? Does the size of the application matter?
I think it does. I think, what's the difference between a minor and a major subdivision?
Um,
John?
5 lots.
I think that should be the line. I think that's, because what we're trying to do is allow small things to go forward and more character-based things to change. So I think if we keep it at the minor subdivision level, we're keeping with that spirit.
So that's going to be more restrictive than the current one, because the current one says 8 lots or less.
I don't want to make it more restrictive.
I'll go with 8.
And I think when you start counting lots, you have to consider phasing, right? Like a lot of people come in with 30 acres of land that they plan to develop, and if you put in a moratorium that says no more than 8 lots, then they only apply for 8 lots. But what you're really looking at is a 20-something lot subdivision. So I don't know how you would like to try to tackle that, because showing an entire plan for the land that is likely to be developed is important in subdivision review, so you know infrastructure, water, stormwater, roads. If you're going to incentivize people to only stick to 8 lots, even though they may intend more, you're going to run into problems in the future. Maybe that's the price of a moratorium, but I'm going to suggest that you think about the phasing question, because if someone has a 16-lot plan and they're only going to tell you that there's 8 during the period of the moratorium, and the day the moratorium lifts, they come in for the other 8, that's a possibility that's going to happen or could happen.
Right.
So how do you want to deal with phasing? Just not deal with it at all? Or just say 8 lots as a subdivision, or any one phase in the subdivision, and just acknowledge that larger subdivisions can proceed, but no more than 8 lots during the prohibited period?
It's already addressed in E. So you have that in your original local law. that all phases of subdivision and all potential future related subdivisions are part of the larger development. So you're already.
Right, and I'm asking whether you want to keep that
Yeah.
in there or always allow up to 8 lots to be developed.
I would keep it in there.
Okay.
I think we always face the problem of segmentation on development, and we try to avoid it as best we can, but we can't always avoid it because we don't read minds.
Right, no, I just listening to the comments and some of the other comments that were made, if the concern is not to stop businesses from doing development, especially when it's development that would not be or would not likely to be inconsistent with the future zoning, that's why you would allow residential subdivisions in R1 and R2. That's not the town center. It's not, the lake shore. It's not your B1, B2 type stuff. So I was just trying to clarify if you were going to change the zones in which it worked, did you want to change the numbers or how you count the numbers? Because certainly large residential subdivisions in B1 might very well be inconsistent with whatever the future zoning is, because the town center, B1 and B2, is sort of like ground zero for where the zoning really needs to be fixed. So I understand the concern, I understand the thought, I'm just trying to make sure that it's consistent with what the issues are, because a moratorium should be scoped and narrowly tailored because it is a taking of property rights, albeit temporary. So, really dial into what you want to stop and hands off on the other stuff. That would be my recommendation, if you're going to go forward.
So maybe that's a good question. What do we want to stop? What are we trying to stop?
We're trying to stop development that is going to be counter to the comprehensive plan and of a scale that it's going to make a difference in the long term. And I think that's where we're trying to draw a line of, we don't want a huge subdivision in B1, but a smaller subdivision would be okay, because that's not going to be character changing.
At some level, I think that illustrates the problem with phasing.
Yeah.
That's why I asked it.
I tend to agree with Guy that it would be nice to be able to add some language that would give clarity here, that if somebody had in mind the example that you chose where, say, they want to develop 16 lots, but they can only develop 8 under the moratorium, to at least make the planning board aware of their intention to do more than that. And I would like to see some language in there, but I'm not coming up with anything off the top of my head as to how we could make that work.
Right, that's why it was originally scoped for your residential zones.
Right.
Residential and residential zones sort of makes sense. I can understand ag, because there's a lot of residences there. When you get into B1, B2, IR, you start to get a little bit more tenuous with what your goals are. And I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do it. I'm saying I think you have to think about it and scope it. Again, if you're going to go forward. If you're not going to go forward, then don't do anything. Just close the door and move on.
Well, we've already determined IR doesn't matter, because you can't do residential there under any circumstances.
Joe, I didn't hear what you said.
You can't do residential and industrial, so it doesn't really matter what we say in terms of residential subdivisions.
It's not an allowed use, but you can do it. It has happened, and it has happened in this town. You can get a use variance, for example. You can use a planned development area, for example. There's ways to create new zones, for example. So I think that's why I kept harping on scoping, dial in on what the perceived risk or harm is, and try not to have a heavy footprint. If you're a mouse, don't walk like an elephant.
So that's why I would be inclined to stick to the RA and AG zones, adding them in, because the landowners who were most concerned about this and contacted us that is what they were specifically asking for. I think we should specifically address what we were asked to fix, and stick with that.
I would agree. Okay, so we're all in agreement then, that we're just going to add the ag and RA? Okay.
Okay.
The next one, I know we're going to have some discussion on, is F, any site plan for small retail, commercial, or business professional office where the square footage of the building, office, or improvement involved is under 3,000 square feet. I personally think that's extremely restrictive, and I would like to put forward 10,000 square feet. I know somebody on this board is going to disagree with me, but
I want to put forward 6,000, and I use 6,000 as the line that's the difference between those projects that got significant community pushback and those that got almost nobody commenting on them whatsoever. And I think that's a good indication of the ones that are out of phase with our comprehensive plan. That's often what people brought up when they said that the project was problematic. And so I think the 6,000 square foot level is the proper line to use.
I also agree with that, because for a couple of reasons. We did have some community members who said that the 6,000 square feet were projects that they intended to undertake, and they specifically asked us to address that. I also think that, again, as a former planning board member, 6,000 square feet seems like a reasonable level to me of where we could allow development. It's still small at that scale, and I really feel that moving it to 10,000 square feet could allow for not the kind of development that would be in line with the comprehensive plan.
anybody else have any comments on those? Or thoughts about it? Okay.
You're not supposed to touch that.
I know. I didn't touch it.
I'm fine with moving it back to 6,000. I just thought the 3 was way too limiting.
Yeah, I know we got some comments of people saying that the 3,000 and was too small.
Yeah. Judy, did you have any? Christine, Judy, have any comments on that? I know you don't want it all, so.
I don't want it at all.
Fair to ask you.
I-
Okay.
I, again, don't feel like some of the things that went in are that bad and how they are completely against the comp plan, so.
Okay. So I think 3 of us. Christine, did you have an opinion on the square footage? Any comments? Okay. All right, so I guess we're agree on 6,000. The other piece of that same paragraph I'd like to take out is that employees no more than 10 persons. I think that should just be totally removed. I don't quite understand what the purpose of that is, and I think that would be very difficult to manage. I mean, a company may have 50 people, 5 in the office here, but 45 that work remotely. So I think that was kind of, that I didn't quite understand. So I would move to have that removed.
I would agree. I think that every time we get an employee count, when the actual business comes forward, it's different.
Right. Okay. So we can take that section out.
I agree. The employment levels tend to fluctuate, with turnover. And so I think having any particular expectation on the employer would be not helpful.
Right. Okay. And there was one other comment that I would like to make, and that's on I. It says, any matter where the siting of the facility, use, or operation is subject to review by New York State or the federal government, specifically including matters where town review, approvals, or permitting are superseded. I understand the intent of that, but I feel like maybe it could be worded a little bit differently, because I feel like it's opening it up to too much interpretation.
Let me give you an example. Someone might come forward and say, I'm getting a DOT permit to put a curb cut in on a state highway, therefore I'm exempted because of this one. I think the language might make people think that that's an exemption or any kind of state permit required as part of it, and I'm wondering if we can clean that language up to make it a little clearer.
Sure, but the issuance of a DOT permit doesn't supersede your zoning authority, so I'm not sure I see equivalency in the thought, but if you think you can rephrase it, rephrase it. Right, I mean, we're talking about, we don't have site plan review authority over nuclear plants, state DOT facilities, military, large energy plants of any sort, whether they're high energy pipelines, solar, wind, nuclear, even a lot of aspects of cell tower review. We're preempted from doing certain things and undertaking certain reviews. It's just trying to make clear that if we don't have the authority to review it and we're not the one issuing the approval, then the moratorium doesn't apply. If there's an easier or better way of saying it, then get out a red pen and change it. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I understood the intent of it, but I think somebody else in the community had approached me about it and was confused about certain things, so I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that one. I didn't have any other questions on this. I mean, I think, the fact that we're going to be changing the wording of the moratorium starts the process over again. I didn't mean to cut this short. Did anybody else have any other changes that they would like to make in the wording? No? Anyone? Okay. But the fact that we're starting all over again means the process starts over again as well. So we'll have a public hearing at a future date. Should we set the public hearing now, or? Does anybody else have any other comments? I don't want to cut this short. I want everybody to have their say.
I think it would be good to set a date for a public hearing in front of the public so that they know what to expect. And I think, having a plan for when people can get some kind of resolution out of this, up or down, yay or nay, whatever it is. I think that, a lot of people are putting a lot of energy into showing up here at all these meetings, and they won't know what is actually going to happen until we go through the public hearing and we follow the process and we vote. So I would expect that putting that on the record as to when we intend to do that will allow people to plan their lives and have some closure.
Well, I would move to have a public hearing at the November meeting.
There's 2 November meetings.
Oh, the regular one, not the budget meeting. Yeah, the third Wednesday.
I'll second that, and then I've got some procedural questions.
Are we doing a motion, or you're just?
Joe, I
Session,
can
or-
speak into the.
I have some procedural questions as to how this works.
Okay.
Well, you said you seconded it, so are you making a motion, or are you just agreeing to do this, or exactly are you doing?
We don't have to have a
We don't
resolution
have
to
to have a
set a
I know,
public
that's
hearing.
why I'm asking. He
Yeah.
said
Okay.
he seconded.
We don't have to
I
have
can,
a
I can second it in an informal way.
Okay.
My question is procedurally, are we starting over again? Does the public hearing from before be included in the new one? How does that work?
You're not starting over again. You're still in the process of considering adopting a local law. Under the Municipal Home Rule Law, Section 20 specifically, if you make changes as a result of a public hearing or as a result of any evidence submitted, or you just change your mind, if the change is material, right? And there's debate over what that means. But here, I think the changes, if it was just the freeze in place language, I would say that wouldn't require another public hearing. But changing the scoping, changing the size of the businesses, I think you have enough changes here that it would trigger the requirement for a second public hearing on the amended local law. And if you change it again after that, you might, if it's a material change, be required to have a third one. In zoning, that's not uncommon. You don't have to do an environmental review because it's a land use moratorium. It's classified already by New York State as type 2 under seeker. You do need to do a county 239 review, which is county planning input on what they recommend or don't recommend, and there's a bunch of rules that apply under that system based on whether their comments are formal and accepted, formal and not accepted, or informal. You really won't know what that process is till you see it, but if you do override the county recommendation, you're required to give them an explanation of why, which is usually best done in the body of the resolution itself, but you don't have to do it that way. And you would be required to adopt by a majority plus one. So if you overrode a county recommendation on this, it would take 4 affirmative votes to adopt it. 3-2 in favor would be the motion fails. So the county review is pretty important, and that's why normally you send your final draft to the county, not your first draft.
So in my understanding, we would need the rewrite of the local law for a certain period of time before we have that public hearing.
The local law should be in its final or near final form before you formally notice the public hearing. There's a number of requirements about approval afterwards. I'm not sure why the law is written to say 8 days exclusive of Sunday, but that's what the law technically says. Now, if you understand that there's a Sunday in every week, a more astute writer would have just said 7 days, but we live in New York, so, give some leeway. But the final version of the local law with a lot of variations and rules, because the law was written in 1939 and the digital age happened, but it has to be in the hands of all the board members at least 7 days before it is adopted. And there's exceptions for that called if the supervisor signs a certificate of necessity. I don't think that's going to happen because the final version of this thing is going to be in your hands before the notice for the public hearing is published. So, but there are other procedural rules that can come into play. We usually avoid them by making sure we have a near final version before we go to the public hearing. That's simply a best practice.
And a final version, is it okay? A final version has to go to the county. And should we be waiting for it to come back from the county, or is that a crapshoot that you play of, you know what the county is going to say?
You're required to give the county at least 30 days to respond. If they don't respond in 30 days, you can proceed because that's considered a non-response. However, if you run into a time crunch, I have almost always seen our county planning accelerate to meet your timetable. So they will work with you, not against you. It's a matter of comity with a T, not a D. They'll work with you to go through it and make suggestions, and if you have minor changes, you can run it by them, but usually their response is no further comments. So to Joe's specific question, the record on this local law includes the prior public hearing and all of the comments and submissions, whether they're opinions or evidence, whatever they may be, they're a part of the record. At the second public hearing, somebody may come and say the exact same thing. They said it twice. Both such comments are a part of the record. As legislators, you consider those comments, you consider evidence, and you weigh it as you think is in the best interest of town within the bounds of your legislative authority, and you vote for or against, or to table and amend whatever it is that comes next.
Can we cut off written records before the public hearing to give us a chance to read them before the hearing?
Well, people can submit written documents at a public hearing. That's what it's for, right?
Okay.
For people to submit materials and make comments. My recommendation is that the end of the closing of the public hearing ends the comment period.
Okay.
You run into a lot of problems if you try to adjourn a public hearing to another meeting or keep a comment period open. And I gave some examples of that earlier, but what if your email system quarantines it because there's some keywords in it that get flagged? It doesn't exist, but it pops out and shows up, even though it was mailed during the period, it shows up afterwards. Do you count it or do you not count it? And if it happens in 4 cases, why would you allow 2 and not allow 2? So whatever the rules are, they should be consistent and applied to everyone. Normally, when you close a public hearing, that ends the evidentiary submission period. Now, people can write to a town board, you have a right to petition government for anything you want. The government doesn't always have to listen or respond. There are statutes that say when a government must respond, certain types of special districts, for example, and there are some cases where people can petition all they want. If I want to petition you to accept the dedication of my driveway as a public highway so I can get free plowing and maintenance, I think the board would be within its bounds to say, we're not even going to consider that, go away. So I would encourage people, if they have submissions, if they have evidence, if they have comments, plan to have it in by the end of the public hearing, because that's what public hearings are for. You want certainty as to when your record is closed, so you have a known book of evidence to consider and make your decision on. And I can assure you that courts want that same certainty. Muddy in practice is muddy in law, and it never works well for anyone when the court can't figure out what actually happened.
All right. Thank you. Got it. We appreciate that. So we are set for a public hearing.
What
in
time?
November? So did-
6:30.
One, whatever.
6:31, yeah, whatever.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Okay. The date is November 19th.
Does anybody else on the board have any more comments they want to make? I don't want to cut this short if anybody still has something to say. No? Next on the agenda is privilege of the floor, and before we do that, I want to make a motion. I don't know, do we have, do you know how many are on the list for privilege of the floor?
Is there any way you could turn up the volume a little bit? We're not hearing.
Pat, are you here?
You guys gotta talk into the mics, I'm
We gotta
sorry.
talk. Can you hear me better this way? Ah, that's,
Yes, you gotta eat them.
sorry.
And was that November 19th for the hearing? I couldn't hear that either.
Yes, that was it. Yes.
Just a reminder, the system's very finicky and broke down this afternoon, so we're all kind of afraid to touch anything.
It's been very difficult. We have quite a few here for privilege of the floor, and normally we cut it off at 20 minutes. But out of respect for all the folks who have showed up that would like to speak, I'm going to pass a motion to extend privilege of the floor for this evening to 1 hour instead of 20 minutes. And I would also like to include in that motion that Lansing residents will get first, will be able to speak first. I feel like they were left out at the public hearing, and we'd like to hear from our residents tonight. Unfortunately, I do have to ask that if you speak, please leave the room afterwards. There are a lot of people out in the hallway who would like to come in and have their voice heard as well. I'm sorry for that. I wasn't expecting this many people tonight, but out of courtesy to the folks in the hallway, we would appreciate it if you would provide room. We are at occupancy level for the fire code, so please step out of the room once you've spoken so that someone else can come in and have their voice heard.
Can I say something really quick? I'd really appreciate it if people don't repeat comments after comments after comments, because I want to be able to hear from as many people as possible. And if you can at all shorten your talk to less than 3 minutes, that would allow more people to get a chance to speak, and I think that would be really positive for the whole community.
I'd also like to add, we want to be able to hear everybody, and you're having trouble hearing us. We also have trouble hearing, so if you could keep clapping and some of that kind of stuff to a dull roar would be really nice, and not having comments against one another would be appropriate.
So did I hear a second on my motion?
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
So before we start the privilege of the floor, I would like to remind the public of some things. Speakers must be recognized by the presiding officer and step to the front of the room. We have a podium up here with a mic for you to speak into. Speakers must give their name and state whether they're speaking as a resident or a member of the public or for any other person or organization. They must limit their remarks to 3 minutes. All remarks shall be addressed to the board and not to any other member or in the community. Speaker shall observe the commonly accepted rules of courtesy, decorum, dignity, and good taste. So with that, I will start with the Lansing residents. I have John Duthie.
Can you name 2 or 3 people so people can start lining up? And
Yeah,
that'll-
okay, will be John Duthie, Zach Penny, and Aaron Gilbo.
Hi, I'm John Duthie, resident. My name's John Duthie, and I've been a lifelong resident of Lansing for 36 years. Athletic Hall of Fame member, 2-time state golf champion at Lansing High School, business owner, taxpayer, planning board member, and zoning committee member. If the idea of the 1-year land use moratorium with no definitive end date was to make sure that there isn't excess growth in the wrong spots as we update our zoning code, we don't have that problem. We don't have any large project, barring one project, we don't have any large projects on the horizon for the next 6 to 12 months that the planning board can't handle themselves. We don't have excessive growth, rather no growth at all. Per assessment department data available to the public, in the last 4 years, Lansing has spent $1.6 million more in their budget than they did 4 years ago in 2021. That's a 72% increase, which is more than double as a percentage any other town in the county. The next closest is Dryden with 30% increase. Inflation's 3 to 4%. We can't afford to spend money at this rate and not increase our tax base to offset this. Fund balances are low. The DPW bond payments start coming due in '26. The school's running out of money, and without an enormous public outcry, you would have stopped almost, keyword, almost all new construction and development for a year. How is this thought of as a good idea, especially in this financial climate? This is the worst idea at a time when NYSEG bills are rising, Cornell's cutting back and eliminating jobs, and you've said you will need to raise taxes, get another 15 to 20% this year. The impact of what one new business will contribute to our local economy cannot be replaced. They use local businesses for everything they do. Sales tax, also called spending money, contributes to our budget. Turning away the possibility of a new business will not only cost us revenue this year, but possibly for the next 20 to 30. Lansing is losing out. The residents can't afford the property taxes, and you want to shut down almost all new business opportunities and revenue growth. This will be devastating. Devastating to the town's budget that is growing at an unprecedented pace compared to every other town in the county. It sounds to me like you'd be better off reading and discussing this slowly before trying to vote it through a month ago. It begs the question, why wasn't this given maximum public notice for something this important? Please, no moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Zach?
And then who's after him? Who comes after him? Let's just, Aaron.
Good to go. How you doing? For those of you that do not know me, my name is Zachary Penny. I'm a lifelong Lansing resident. And I'm soon to be a third-generation business owner of LRS Excavating.
Zach, I don't mean to interrupt. Could you speak
Little
closer
bit
to the mic so
closer?
people in the back can hear you?
No
Thank you.
problem. So I was saying that I'm a soon-to-be third-generation business owner of LRS Excavating. I don't usually do public speaking, but due to the mismanagement of the Planning and Code Office and the impact of their decisions on our business and our community, I felt the need to speak tonight. This fall, we were contracted to build the Dandy Mart in a location that's been an eyesore in our town since I was born. This is the perfect location for this business and a perfect source for new jobs and tax revenue for this town. I personally thought that the project would be met with open arms, but instead we were met with challenges from the town. Our client told us they were charged $36,000 for a building permit. It's only supposed to cover cost. To me, that's outrageous for the scope of work. Our client was over budget and simply wanted to reduce the size of the parking lot to save money, but were told if they change anything outside of the color of the paint on the trash cans, they'd have to go through the planning board approval process all over again. That does not seem reasonable. Thirdly, pretty much all that, coupled with the extensive and unreasonable time delays in the process, led them to the conclusion to close up the shop and find a different town that promotes business. My question is, what direction is our town leadership taking us in? What is your vision? Because these actions to me seem counterproductive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Gilbo, and after that will be Joe Lovejoy. I didn't speak loud enough. Aaron Gilbo and then Joe Lovejoy.
Hi, thank you. Aaron Gilbo. I'm a concerned resident of Lansing. I'm a concerned taxpayer of Lansing. I'm a concerned voter in Lansing. I'm concerned about the entrance of a company that has provoked their neighbors with disturbances. Why is it so hard for a company not to negatively impact their surrounding environment? I am concerned. A question was presented sometime, what are we trying to stop? I think we're trying to stop disruptive projects that leave us without recourse. I believe that a square footage moratorium doesn't represent impact. Residents of our community of Lansing need more than statements. We must enact terms that protect our peace and our environment. That is where we live and where Tara Wolf and their partners wish to operate. I'm not trying to stop them, their company, or their partners. I simply wish to ensure that our town, our community, and homes are protected. Even Lansing's neighbors, this data center abuts our neighboring town. All good things that they say will happen for us, I'm happy about that, if they prove true. I want all the good things that they may bring, but we need a moratorium on things with impacts of this size, just to get our town up to the times that we are living in for today and facing tomorrow. To enact protective measures, because we all know at the end of the day, what they say and will do is simply unenforceable. And growth is every business's objective. What is true for 1 to 2 years from now will not be true a year after. I don't believe they will go somewhere else. These are already partner companies. They want our quadrant's excess energy and the transmission lines that are already there. This is an industry that is not disappearing, it is growing. If they do open a new facility elsewhere, they will certainly still move into this one after their community protections are in place. As a resident, I feel we deserve in any organization or factory that wishes to operate in our community non-disturbances, non-polluting, non-encroachment on our daily lives. Our times are changing and we need this moratorium on these types of large-scale projects and impacts to update our laws and ordinances to be able to keep this town community peaceful and thriving place to work, live, and call home. To all those who reap the temporary benefits, the unions that will get these fixed-term contracts, the businesses owners that will see temporary increases in traffic, please don't sell us out for the short-term gain. Any legislative body, organization, or unions, please support us residents getting these long-term protection needs to support getting these seemingly simple guarantees to ensure long-term standing peace and quality of our community. We all love our local businesses. We love the unions and the protections and the opportunities they provide their members. Is that my timer?
That is your timer.
All right, I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is Joe Lovejoy. After that is Doug Bowles.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joe Lovejoy. I'm a lifelong resident. I've lived here my whole life. I moved away 2 years to live in North Carolina, came back home, my home. Moved to New York City for 2 years, came back home, my home. This is what I call home. This is where I raise my kids. This is where I don't want to move. And what you guys are doing, you're giving not a lot of people here options. Like, yeah, Tara Wolf, I don't know if I want them or if I don't want them, to be quite honest with you. But John mentioned the taxes, 72%? If that was a business, which I own a small business, if my business was declining that much or I needed that much help, I'd be bankrupt. What are you guys going to do? I don't think they're doing reassessing houses again until 2028. So what are you guys going to do? You can't just keep jacking our taxes up. You can't raise our house values. Where are you going to get that money? We're going backwards. What are you guys gonna do? I mean, you guys haven't been very transparent through any of this. I mean, you tried passing this moratorium in the least amount of days possible to try to not get people here. I mean, that's transparent to me and probably a lot of people here. They didn't want a lot of people here. Because the fact of the matter is, if not a lot of people came, you guys could have passed that moratorium that night. Because you guys have done it before. You've passed things, if not a lot of people come, you pass it later on. That's not transparent. I want you guys to start talking to the community. You talk about this 6,000 feet. Have you guys talked to any developers? Local? They live here. They built a beautiful building up the road. You know how many square feet that is? You guys don't even ask. It's almost 10,000 feet. You want 6,000. You don't even talk to your community. The people that live here, that pay their taxes. I want my kids to be able to raise their family here, and at the rate you guys are running this, which it's a business, what you guys are doing, you're running the town business. You're running it into the ground. My kids will not be able to afford to raise their families here, and that is unacceptable. My responsibility is to raise my family and to make sure they can live prosperously, and we can go on vacations. You just keep raising taxes. People can't afford it. Young couples can't live here. My daughter's in kindergarten right now. She's got 67 people. The population is declining. You're supposed to be bringing people to us, wanting to live in Lansing. My parents moved here when I was young because they wanted to live in Lansing. People can't afford to live in Lansing. They love the school district. They can't afford to live here, though. I mean, what are you guys doing? You guys tell us you're going to do all this stuff. You haven't been very trustworthy to us, unfortunately. You know, I appreciate the dialogue, you know, you guys talking about certain things before we got to talk, but you guys haven't exactly been very transparent to us and stuff, you know, and the growth, it's like growth. Like I said, you don't even talk to local developers. You guys got some really big developers in this town. You should talk to them instead of having talks amongst yourselves. Talk to them.
Thank you, Joe.
Next is Doug Bowles. Doug Bowles, after that is Lauren Baker.
Good evening. I'm Doug Bowles. I'm a lifelong Lansing resident, born and raised. Graduated from Lansing High School, went to Cornell. I traveled for a bit, worked my tail off to pay off my student debt, and I quit a six-figure job to move back to this town to start my business. Doug Dake and I, former town board member, I'm sure you all know who he is. Him and I built a business that is going now for 28 years in this town. We've contributed we volunteered a lot of time, a lot of money toward a lot of projects in this area, and I think we are a valuable member of this community. I think I represent Lansing in totality. Small business is the backbone of this country. Politicians say it all the time. Do you actually believe that? What you're doing is you're driving that out of here. You're taking away the Lansing that I grew up in, where everybody knew everybody and everybody helped everybody. My, how times have changed. All I got to say is I just don't get the fact that if this had one target, Terrawolf, but the shrapnel will affect tons of us. I agree with responsible development. 6 weeks ago, I didn't know what a data center was. I didn't know. But I educated myself with facts. I know there's a lot of people here tonight that probably don't even live in Lansing. The five of you represent the town of Lansing, correct? Speak for us. Defend my town. The future of my town is in the five of your hands. I've graduated, my son's a senior in high school. I've had two other kids graduate school here. I love this town. I chose to bring my life here. I quit a lucrative career to come back here and start a business and make a difference in the town that I've dedicated my life to. My business partner did the same thing. We raised kids here. We loved it here. I want my kids to be here. Joe said it the same way. We want a life for our children here. You five have the power to do that. It's in your hands. Be responsible. I'd love an open discussion. Finally, this was drawn up behind everybody's back. We had no idea of this until it got sprung on us. This could have been voted in 5 days. If that would have happened, that would have been a death blow to this town. Economically, no question. radical level without bringing in new growth. That just doesn't work. I wish I could close my business and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take time. You've had since what, 2018 with a comprehensive plan? 7 years? What makes you think you're going to get it right in 365 days from now? That don't make any sense to me. I wish I could take a time out from my business and say, hey, you know what? That don't matter. You know why you can do that? Because we're going to keep paying taxes. We're going to keep paying. You can do that because you don't have to worry about income. We do.
Thank you.
Do your best to take care of my town.
Lauren Baker.
Of Lansing. I'm a member of the Lansing Business Alliance and a long-serving member this town board has taken and the erosion of the trust between you and the people of Lansing. You've lost the public's trust between introduction and public hearing. To a vote, those intended rather than invite public input. You claim this moratorium was always on the table, but it doesn't appear to be that case. The law was introduced, and it wasn't written for Lansing. It was taken almost word for word from a neighboring town. I believe Lansing deserves more than a copy and paste law. You claim this moratorium wouldn't impact small business. Yet one member of the town board expressed their frustration to me that the Business Alliance didn't support the moratorium and felt we should be offering suggestions to make it more business friendly. If this truly had been under discussion from the beginning, there wouldn't be a scramble to make it more business friendly now. The business community has made a sincere effort to bridge the gap. Yet you have treated us as adversaries instead of partners. Some of you even view us as the enemy. You've made zoning and permitting more complex instead of encouraging smart, sustainable growth. Every decision seems to push prosperity further away. Since 2021, Lansing's tax increase has been more than double the next highest in the county, 72%, while our ratio of residential to business taxpayers remains the worst. Those increases in our budget came mostly from static costs, such as raises or new positions. That growth is far above average inflation. What is your plan to pay for this while you discourage new business and make it harder for residents to build and invest here? Lansing's residential taxpayers cannot keep bearing this burden alone. Over the past months, I've watched as certain members of this board have spread misinformation, and as all of you have allowed it to spread when it benefits your personal positions. When those entrusted with leadership choose silence in the face of falsehood, that silence becomes manipulation. Public service means transparency, accountability, and humility. You are answerable to every resident, especially those who disagree with you. Lansing deserves ethical leadership that welcomes dialogue and collaboration, not one that hides behind procedure. This board has gambled with our town's security, our growth, and our future, and that has to stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Corey?
John, Joe, Doug, and Lauren have already stated. I would just be repeating what they had already stated, so I will forfeit my time up there.
Thank you. It was very considerate. James Gray? Is it James Gray? Is that right? It is. Okay. After that will be Pete. I can't read the last name. Starts with an M.
James Gray, Lansing resident. Brought my life here too, 11 years ago, because of the character of the town. I think it's important that we do have a moratorium, whether it's one for 6,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet, 3,000 square feet is a little bit restrictive, I agree on that. Development for development's sake, I think will just lead to losing the character of the town, losing what we have as Lansing. Once something is gone, we're not getting it back. TerraWolf notwithstanding, we're going to have those power lines for the foreseeable future. We need to make sure that decisions we make today have the impact that we want for the 3 generations that are coming next. We've got, I can see 3, 4 generations of people in this room that took time out of their day to come here and talk about this, for or against. I think it demonstrates the importance of having a moratorium so we can talk about and make sure our zoning laws match the comprehensive plan that we spent so much time and effort trying to devise and make sure that it fulfills the vision all of us have for Lansing. We're not trying to ban businesses. We want businesses here. We need the tax income. Government shouldn't be run as a business. That's a different conversation, though. But yeah, I think I'm in favor of the moratorium. I'm in favor of it, especially more now that we're talking about increasing the square footage. I do think we might want to look at something a little bit larger than 6,000 square feet so that all of these local businesses can still make their money, make their income, and feed their families. But we need responsible development. We don't need development for development's sake. Power lines aren't going anywhere. If TerraWolf walks away, somebody else will come in and want to take those power lines and utilize it. But we need to be very careful about how we implement it and about how we let them in. If there's any zoning overlays that we can enact faster without a moratorium, I urge you to go ahead and explore those options. Yeah, that's really all I have to say. I'm in favor of a moratorium. I don't care about TerraWolf. I use AI. My biggest concern with them is noise, and we can handle that with zoning. So, but we need that moratorium, that pause, to make sure that we have those zoning laws in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm not sure. Pete?
Peter Meskill, I'm sorry, my
Oh, you're
writing is
Meskill.
just
Okay, I
atrocious.
kind of
They
figured.
dropped some stuff.
And
around.
after that is Amy Caffrey.
So, I want to be brief. I am the one that brought up the police power at your last board meeting specifically at the hearing. I'm not going to do that tonight because I think I should talk about something else. It's great to see the dialogue. I've worked with Guy before back in the village of Trumansburg when I was a trustee there, and it's good to see him and good to see his advice. But I am concerned that it doesn't look like there's really been much discussion between you about the law. Somebody created the law, don't know who or what, probably the attorney, which is his job at your request. But there wasn't a whole lot of discussion from you as a board, obviously, because tonight we've seen more discussion than there's been in relation to this issue since it was first proposed as a moratorium last month. And I would encourage you to continue that discussion instead of just trying to place a date on a hearing and push something through. First of all, I don't believe the moratorium should happen. I think the moratorium is a gigantic screw you to the business community and or to even some builders just trying to build a regular house, especially as it's currently proposed at 3,000 square feet. There's houses that are built in this community every day that exceed that level. And I would suggest to you that you take the time and tell us about it transparently. Use transparency. It's really important right now more than ever in our government and in our country as far as I'm concerned. And you need to make sure that you walk through this and you can justify your decision and you can go to bed at night and be okay with it. Because if you can't go to sleep and be okay with it, then your gut's telling you made the wrong decision. And if you just want to stop business for the sake of doing zoning changes, do the most important zoning changes quickly. You have a consultant on paid staff now. Do those things and get those overlays that you need. We did some of that in terms of we got a few of those things done, but the rest of that process is time consuming. TerraWolf, I don't know much about it, really don't. I'm really concerned about a moratorium on everything else. But I would say there are certain requirements that are going to extend the time before a permit is actually granted for probably 6, 8, 12 months, which is about the time you're asking if you can truly accomplish all this work in a 12-month period of time, which I wish you well because I've never seen a community do it yet. Thank you.
Thank you. And Pete, I apologize, I couldn't read your writing. So Amy Caffrey, then after that will be, oh, I got another one I can't read. Andrea, starts with an I. I'm sorry.
Good evening to my fellow Lansing residents and to our town board members upon whom I know that this matter was weighing heavily and for many good reasons. My name is Amy Caffrey, and my family lives on Salmon Creek Road. I lived in Ithaca from 2010 until 2016 when my son was born. That same year, I finished my PhD at Cornell, and my family moved to Texas for work. In February 2021, Texas was hit by a winter storm that caused massive power failures and tragic freezing deaths, including, horrifyingly, those of children.
Amy, I'm sorry, can you get a little bit closer to the mic, please?
That catastrophic event wasn't just about bad weather. It was the result of ill-regulated, profit-driven companies and weak and undisciplined public oversight that left the grid and Texans, like myself and my family, by consequence, totally unprepared for the cold. During that storm, my husband, my 4-year-old son, and my 2-year-old daughter were forced to flee our home in freezing darkness, literally driving north for safety. In that moment, we decided we were going back to New York. We bought our home here in Lansing sight unseen because we believe this is a place governed with care by people who value fairness, prudence, and common sense. That's why I support the moratorium, because it reflects those same values. It's not about stopping growth. It's about making sure the growth we welcome strengthens the town we love and protects what drew us or our parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents here in the first place. Lansing is a community that doesn't get pushed or rushed by outside pressure. We have home rule, we have the right and the responsibility to plan wisely. We've already invested through taxes, utility payments, and decades of careful planning in reliable energy, good infrastructure, and a well-protected environment. Those investments weren't just dollars, they were commitments. When large industrial projects, not small businesses, not small local businesses, come in seeking to consume vast amounts of local power or strain our systems, they're drawing on resources people in this town built and paid for. Protecting that investment isn't obstruction, it's common sense. It's about ensuring that the benefits of our hard work stay with Lansing families and do not flow away from them to big tech or any other singularly profit-oriented enterprise whose interests do not and will not prioritize ours. And let's be clear, Lansing holds tremendous leverage right now. Our natural beauty, our clean water, our strong grid, and our skilled and educated workforce are all assets in high demand. So let's make absolutely sure that we do not trade that leverage away too hastily. Developers can and will wait while we plan responsibly because what we have here is rare and it's worth protecting. I chose Lansing because it's a community that thinks before it leaps. We look out for our neighbors, our land, and our future. Supporting a moratorium isn't saying no to growth, it's saying yes to doing it right. So to those of you on this board who already do support the moratorium, you are the steady hands of Lansing, practical, freedom-loving people who believe in doing things the right way, not the rushed way. A moratorium is pro-development, the thoughtful kind, not the fast-talking, act now or lose out kind. Pausing to plan isn't hesitation, it's strength. It's the mark of a community that knows its worth. So if you're undecided, I implore you to see the right and obvious path before you and vote for the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Andrea, after Andrea is Sarah Lounsbury. Andrea, what is your last name?
Ippolito.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrea. I'm a Lansing resident. I moved here in 2017. I'm the mom of 3 daughters, one of which is in the Lansing School District. I'm also an engineer, and I'm a small business owner that has founded their company in this town. I think we've heard a lot from entrepreneurs and small business owners in this town that oppose the moratorium. Well, I want to say very strongly that I support this moratorium as a small business owner. Because here's what I know over the course of my career. I'm a 2-time founder and entrepreneur, and I know that smart rulemaking that is evidence-based actually accelerates growth. It accelerates revenue and accelerates profit in the right way. Smart growth, and that's why I'm in support of this moratorium. I also attended the hearing last month, and I saw there was a lot of confusion about whether this AI data center would use water, it would increase electricity costs. So, as an engineer, and just like everyone in society right now, I asked AI. So, AI, do AI data centers use a lot of water? AI says, yes, AI data centers use a lot of water. I also asked, because this was another confusing point in the hearing as well, do AI data centers raise electricity costs? Well, AI says, yes, AI data centers raise electricity costs. I understand that members of the board have gone toward the facility like this one. Well, again, as a small business owner, I want an outside perspective that doesn't have financial interest to validate the findings that were shared. I want an outside perspective.
And that is what this moratorium calls for. Smart growth for our community that, yes, can bring in taxes as well. And again, as a small business owner, I know that smart rulemaking does that responsibly. This is our children's future, and we cannot let that go away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Sarah Lansbury. I've lived here since 1982. Really?
You got to speak right up to the microphone.
I got to make myself deaf. I've had 3 businesses in this town, all small, 1 agriculture and 2 other smaller businesses. So I'm also speaking from the point of a small business owner. I want to thank you all. This is a really challenging subject, and just watching you dive into the weeds makes me really appreciate how complicated it is. So it's wise to remember that this is not a moratorium against TerraWolf. It's about continuing to review and revise the zoning that was looked at seriously during the comprehensive plan of 2018. And so the idea is to have the zoning align with the comprehensive plan, and that's what we're trying to do, and that's what you all are trying to do. I don't think a temporary moratorium on growth is extreme. I think, on the contrary, uncontrolled growth is extreme. The data center has become a lightning rod that's threatening to polarize our town, and it will continue to do so unless we have a plan that we agree on. If we don't resolve our zoning issues now, there'll be many more lightning rods to come. I commend the board for adjusting the moratorium, and it sounds like you will continue to do so to accommodate small businesses. But we have the tools to create the town we want. If we don't use these tools, we will be forfeiting our position of strength and be playing defense for years to come. Data centers may be the answer to our prayers we need, but we need to be the ones to determine what that means, not just to be told by the data centers or other larger businesses what the future is that we want. For example, I don't play pickleball. Let's take a breath. A year is a mere second in the grand scheme of things. Let's not just roll over to the first bidder. Let's bargain from a position of strength. We need to be masters of our own destiny, or we will be the stepping stone of someone else's. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. And I apologize, I forgot to mention, Ken Wolken is the next person, and then after that, John Dennis.
Good evening. My name is Ken Wolken. I live in Ludlowville, local carpenter, not to be confused with a carpenter from local out in Buffalo or Depew. I am here to speak in favor of the proposed moratorium. As other speakers have noted, I believe that the intensity of feeling and opinion that has been spun up largely by one particular project proposal has clouded some of the nuance in different positions that folks may hold around the moratorium. So I'm very grateful that there are some pro-moratorium business owners here. I think that being in favor of the moratorium does not mean that you are against growth or development. I want all of my neighbors, including business owners, to not only survive, but to thrive. And so that's why I'm thrilled that there have been some of these common sense revisions and that came out in discussion tonight, and I hope that those can continue to happen, not just at the hearing next month, but in the time between now and then. I am a little bit concerned about the degree to which we're being spun up by outside pressure from this single project proposal, and also what I'm hearing as this like pro-development ideology as opposed to a more measured and slow growth approach. One of the things that struck me from the recent meeting at the middle school that was facilitated by TerraWolf, their attorney said something to the effect of, this is all developing. We're learning so much every day. This is all developing at light speed. And I don't think that Lansing should hop on the light speed train of data center development. And I think that without being targeted at all, this moratorium is one way to avoid getting sucked onto that train. So thank you for being here and for listening. I would also like to submit as part of my comment a petition here that has 1,500 signatures from local businesses, organizations, and residents throughout Tompkins County, all of whom have signed on in support of the proposed moratorium. So I'm going to leave that with...
Over with the clerk.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
John Dennis, and after that is Lance Clark.
Good evening. I'm John Dennis. I've lived in the village of Lansing for 33 years and have paid taxes to the town of Lansing. I respect all of you who are working so hard on the board. Thank you for that. I have already submitted comments in writing, so I'll try to briefly touch on a few high points to leave time for others. But I agree with Andrea, who spoke recently, that what we're aiming to do is smart growth. I think a moratorium is a perfect way to ensure that we will have smart growth for years to come. It is a pro-development thing to do. I'm curious to know, what the environmental protection overlay district will look like, what the wording is. It sounds like a great concept. And like Guy Crow, I'm concerned about phasing. So I think, we're not here to talk about TerraWolf, but because TerraWolf would their sketch, their proposal, whatever it is, probably would get approved without a moratorium. I think we do need to talk a bit about TerraWolf. But before that, I think the updated code should address proper zoning districts for data centers. Where should they be? And I think all data centers should be treated as type 1 under seeker. I think noise is a particular issue that needs to be rigorously controlled, including noise studies, noise mitigation, and addressing the impacts of low-frequency noise. I was talking to a noise expert yesterday at great length, and he was explaining that noise travels over water because water is quite a hard surface. It reflects the water. When there's warm air above that, colder air, it has what becomes a duct. The sound is amplified, and it can actually be louder when it gets to the other side of the lake. So I'm worried about people living on the West Shore. This is not just a town of Lansing issue. We need to respect the fact that there are many people who live on both sides of the lake who will hear a data center for miles. And when TerraWolf says their ultra low noise cooling fans will be 55 decibels, one has to consider that there are a host of other equipment on the site that will add up to more than that. And also, I have distributed to the board before this a sketch of what phase 2 build out would look like. And there's very little room left on this sheet. Once you look at, if they go up to 400 megawatts, they would need to be right down on the lake. I think strategically they put their phase 1 400 yards back, like, oh, we're not going to be right on the lake, but there's really not much other land. So I'm worried about that. When you look at this picture of their Mariner Lake facility, data center right on the edge of Lake Ontario. So it's of great concern to me. Thank you very much for listening.
Lance Clark, and after that will be David Ogden.
Hello, I'm Lance Clark. I'm a Lansing resident, and I want to thank you for the individuals, the board members, that actually went to Somerset and took a look at the plant. I am not for the moratorium. Second off, I want to thank all my union brothers and sisters who are here and outside, and everybody that has came here to support this process from not going forward. I believe that I live
Sir, would you please speak to the board, please?
Well, I'm speaking to the whole audience as well. I believe that I'm
sorry.
my time,
Just
correct?
face us. Just face us, please.
All right. So I feel that I live the closest out of anybody in this room because my house is literally 10 feet from you to me away from Cayuga Power Authority plant. And I hear all this moratorium. We don't even know what you're changing in the zoning codes. Like, I haven't heard a lot about that. There's no reason why planning board cannot plan what is going to be changed in this moratorium. Certain members tonight have talked about policing. This is exactly what you all are doing. Certain members have also talked about parking lots. That was already approved. That was already done and over with. And then they want to come back and then change it here and there. I don't feel that's right. I feel that's policing as well. I just hope that this is not passed through, and I feel that it affects so many people, and a lot of members here are going to be working at that facility in the town of Lansing. So, thank you.
Thank you. David Ogden, and after that will be Ryan Weiss.
Hello, yeah, my name's David. I live in the village of Lansing. I'm here to express my support for the moratorium. Gosh, this is my first time coming to one. This is a big deal. As a resident of the village of Lansing, the data center project brings me fear. I worry about big tech coming in and destroying the community that exists here. If the moratorium is our best tool for improving the zoning laws to protect the people that live here, then I am in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, I hope I got your last name right, and after that will be Beverly, I'm sorry, I can't read, it starts with an A.
Yeah, so Ryan Weiss, I'm a Lansing resident. Thank you all for slowing this process. I think that's what stemmed a lot of this community outcry and confusion about how this is supposed to work. It went very quickly the last time, so thank you very much for slowing this down. Thank you very much for having this conversation in public so we can all catch up to where your minds are and we can all come together as a community and agree on what the solution is. We talked a little bit about, I think Mr. Wetmore talked about changing the character of Lansing. I've lived here for 15 years, and since, I believe, the middle of this century, there's been 3 industrial areas in Lansing. Borg Warner, the mine, and the power plant, right? And if we eliminate one of those 3, that actually changes the character of Lansing more than any other moratorium might or any other a slow change that might be enacted. I think that needs to be accounted for because those industrial areas did have an impact and continue to have an impact on the growth of Lansing and how it came together as a community and how it can be sustainable long-term. I think those things need to be factored in. When you make statements like changing the character of Lansing, you're right. Lansing has a character, and it does involve industrial processes. So thank you.
Thank you. Beverly? And I'm sorry. After that will be Margot.
I'll introduce myself. I'm Beverly, and the last name is Abplanel. So when you look at it, it doesn't look so scary. Plan to take a hike in the Alps. I don't know. But the reason I'm here tonight is, sure. Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, so I will try to be brief because I missed your initial hearing and public comment period. I will follow up tonight with some written material. It's just, I want to be brief so others get a chance to speak. I have been a resident since the 80s and paying taxes, and I care about the town very much. I'm a nurse, I'm a healthcare navigator, a healthcare career navigator for a nearby college. I won't name the college. I do want to point out that I have the unique experience of having the sound of the power plant in my backyard. So it's been a lot quieter. And how much it's been a lot quieter for a few years, and frankly, I've enjoyed that. But my concerns, and I do support the moratorium because I believe in smart growth, I believe in planning, I believe in looking carefully at the character and the needs of the combined people the town brings together. Those of us who live here, those of us who have businesses here, our farms. I just really appreciate that everyone is here tonight. I appreciate the due diligence that the board is exercising in this complex question. And just one last couple of things. I do have concerns about noise of this larger potential use of the neighboring electrical site. And I do have concerns about cost of electricity and increased use of electricity. I have concerns about water integrity. We cherish this beautiful lake. And so, I have these questions. And I think that the potential to discover better uses for that site are in order as well. So again, I just wanted to say I appreciate all my fellow people here, people who've brought their kids here. I believe it shows that dedication to our special, special place. Thank you very much.
Next one is Margot Hiddle, but Mikey, how are we? Can the folks in the back come in now, or are we okay? Okay, good, thanks. So after Margot is Kristen Moussart. Said that right?
Good evening. I'm Margot Hiddleman. Lansing's been my home for 40 years. And like some others, I would like to say thank you. I bet you did not have this in mind when you ran for office. I'm in favor of business development, job creation, and expanding the tax base. I'm also in favor of growth that's planned for and in line with the equally important goals of protecting our residential neighborhoods, farms, natural areas, and the character of the town. To see those goals as inherently in conflict or a zero-sum game reflects a lack of imagination. I know we live in a time of polarization, but I think we can do better than that. And so what I'm hoping is that the town will use the proposed short-term pause on large-scale development to hold solution-oriented gatherings where Lansing residents can bring our diverse perspectives and seek out workable common ground for development that's appropriate, smart, and sustainable simultaneously in appropriate places and at appropriate scale, that economically benefits town residents both through the creation of good jobs and long-term revenues that remain here in our local economy, which doesn't happen when there's outside ownership in the same way, that it also at the same time nurtures and strengthens our existing neighborhoods and doesn't endanger or harm the many natural resources we're blessed to be surrounded by. There are people living locally who've spent decades helping small towns successfully take this kind of collaborative common ground approach to the benefit of all. I think we can do that. There is no one interest in the town. We clearly have many different views. After listening to some of you and others, before I close, I do need to say that with all due respect to our professional planning department, there's been a strong bias to furthering business interests over simultaneously protecting the neighborhood's interest in equitable enforcement of our code, especially in our ag and RA districts. I can't speak of every example, but I speak specifically of the old Tools Stone and Gravel Company, owned by a former town supervisor. There are some contested gray areas, but they have doubled their footprint beyond any claimed prior non-conforming use without planning or BZA approval. It's an indisputable violation of the town code, yet the department has allowed it to continue for more than a year. I know that some of you have served on the planning and BZA boards. That selective enforcement should be really concerning.
Thank you, Margot. Kristen, and after that is Larry Kaplitz.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Mosshart, and I have been a resident of Lansing for 11 years, and I'm here tonight to support the moratorium. Passing the moratorium is not about stopping progress. It is about guiding it responsibly. It provides us time to review our zoning laws, ensuring they align with our comprehensive plan. This decision should be made in the best interests of our community and should be made together, free from outside influences. As our elected officials, your responsibility is to the people of Lansing. Passing the moratorium is a responsible choice. This ensures that the Lansing of tomorrow reflects the vision of the residents today. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Kappas, and after that is Clement Turner.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Larry Cathles. I've been a resident of the town of Lansing for 25 years. I've engaged in Lansing discussion that has clarified many of the issues regarding the proposed moratorium. And I've come to a conclusion that we have a simple problem, and that is that we're combining two moratoria into one. We've got concerns about a town plan and preventing things that could happen that would compromise our vision of what Lansing ought to be unless we have a pause, and I think that's a valid concern. And then we've got a concern about TerraWolf and large projects that might change the town or might have other benefits. So I think I'm trying to cut down what I was going to say here. The proposed one-year combined moratorium does not serve either of these goals very well. It prohibits large projects. It prohibits projects that are submitted before imposition of the moratorium. And although renewable, it ends before zoning is in place. I think a sensible zoning moratorium would prohibit projects, large or small, that are in clear and substantial conflict with the town development vision until new rules are in place. I think that's what we want to do with regard to the zoning. Lansing shouldn't hang out a sign that says no significant development is welcome in the town of Lansing until further notice. On the other hand, they could hang out a sign that says no development in clear and substantial conflict with the town vision will be considered until new zoning is in place. When it comes to TerraWolf, I've looked into it carefully. The numbers that they have proposed, the impact on taxes and the amount of money that could go to the schools are reasonable. Some have even suggested it would be higher than they suggest. And we're talking about fairly large contributions here. We're talking about $7 million per year to the school, for example, of land schools in Lansing. We're talking about $2 million to Tompkins County. We're talking about $1 million to the town of Lansing. And these are numbers that are compatible with what you would have projected if AES Cayuga had continued, because in, I think it was 2013, they were slated to pay $6.6 million, which is about, if you project it up, about $10 million. So it's substantial. There is no heat exchange or water, oh, boy, okay.
Thank you, Larry.
Separate into two parts, do one and handle the TerraWolf business with the planning board.
Thank you. Clement Towner.
Hello, my name's Clement Towner. I'm a 7th generation resident, and my kids will soon be the 8th generation residents. And while I had a plan for what to say and how to say it, after listening to the discussion, you hit on actually the exact point that I was going to bring up about being very specific with the moratorium as it stands. When it was first presented, me and my wife dug into it, tried to understand it the best we could, and reached out to get more information where need be. During that, we started finding conflicting understandings, information, and exactly what that meant. We had email correspondence with Mr. Crow about the nature of the law, in which it was stated, and I quote, "I do not believe that this, Local Law 7, would affect a project to address a single-family home, particularly when it could be a one-lot subdivision that does not require formal planning board review." But I do see how it could be read that way. Later, in reaching out to John Zepko, the Town of Lansing Director of Planning and Code Enforcement, we received the reverse message in our attempt to fully understand what this moratorium would include. That message was, and I quote, "There are some exemptions listed later in the document, proposed Law 7, but they are not applicable to the AR zone in which the parcel we want to build our home on will be located." Between those two, we found ourselves in a bit of a, okay, we're getting two different messages. From the discussion you had before the floor is open about becoming more specific in the zones that would be included, restricted, or exceptions, I think is the exact conversation that needs to happen. Going through this document and being very specific on what is affected, what is the intention behind it, how it is affected, whether that's square footage, zones, or other details that I didn't get a chance to dive into because my sights were set elsewhere. I think that will make the moratorium function as it's intended while benefiting as many people and being as minor and minimal of a hindrance to the families, to the community, to the businesses that exist within Lansing currently. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we on time for the 1 hour cutoff?
You're still okay.
I'm sorry?
You're still okay.
Okay, so we are done. I will now open up for non-residents. We have Allison Desario.
Ruth, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, are there some more?
Just one, sorry.
One more Lansing? Sorry.
Is it a sign-in sheet? I can just can go into.
Sorry, we have one more Lansing resident. Robert Rieger.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robert Rieger. I've lived in the Lansing for 26 years. Actually, the first half was in the village of Lansing, and the second half was in the town of Lansing. And so I've been able to experience what it's like to live under very good, close zoning that follows a plan in the village. And then 12 years ago, when we moved out here, it's something of the Wild West. And so I'm firmly in support of a moratorium to give a pause for us to be able to take a look around and follow up with the comprehensive plan from 2018. We were very excited when we moved here. A lot of work went into that, and I think not a lot of praise has gone into those people, volunteers, professionals, staff members who put together that document and expected the town to move on it rather than it just sit on a shelf. And that's what it's done so far, is sat on a shelf. Until now, we have a really great momentum to move that into a place where it's reflected in the zoning, similar to the zoning in other places. Lansing is a very, very desirable place to locate business, to locate your family, to locate to come here to get educated. And we need to make sure we know what we're dealing with here. And I think that in addition to applauding and respecting those people who did all of the work to do the comprehensive plan and respecting what they did and moving that into a zoning, what's happened is we keep having these big projects that come along and prevent us from doing that and moving those forward. And now we have this really golden opportunity. I know TerraWolf is something of a distraction, but it's a golden opportunity to move forward and move that zoning in. Let me just quickly say a few nightmare scenarios if we don't enforce zoning. We could have Cargill decide that salt is no longer a profitable business, and they could create a smelting plant there with a smokestack under current zoning. They could do that. Or we could have a company come in and say, we want to have a town recycling center in the middle of the town, and they could do that. Or we could build right across from our beautiful Lansing historic inn, we could build a multi-acre, truck stop. Oops, we already did that. We made that mistake, and we don't need to make further mistakes. Every time I drive by that place, I think, what a mistake. We lost the vision of having a beautiful downtown right there because we allowed a big truck stop to come and build a 4 or 5 acre oil generating diesel thing right in a neighborhood. There's people who live right there, and there's businesses that live right across the street. And because we did not act and put zoning in place, we should be ashamed of ourselves and what we let happen. And now we're going to let something else happen because if we go forward and not implement the zoning that we've been trying to get in place for multiple years. So this is a juncture. It's a beautiful juncture, actually, and we can take a step back and make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Allison?
Hello, my name's Allison. I've been an Ithaca area resident for 7 years. I support you passing this moratorium that you have been planning since 2018, as is your legal right. I am not against development. I am for responsible development, and I don't believe a huge corporation whose largest shareholder and who also is a large customer is Google is responsible development. As a farmer myself, I'm in favor of locally owned businesses and agricultural businesses. There's lots of farms in Lansing, I love it. We should not fast-track this huge project under outdated zoning plans. You have the funding and the assistance from professional consultants. It should be a no-brainer to pass the moratorium. Since the process is restarting now that you have made the changes, can TerraWolf continue with construction, like digging for fiber and other work up until the vote? To respond to Christine's comment about people not trusting what TerraWolf says, I personally think this is extremely valid response to not trust them based on their past and present actions. TerraWolf has engaged in bullying tactics by crowding out locals at the last meeting. They're using pressure tactics, threatening to move their investment elsewhere if the moratorium is passed. Their business, they missed their revenue and profit margins in 2023 by over 90%. They missed their Bitcoin mining projections by 79% in 2021. They mentioned at the October 7th meeting that they held at the middle school that they would hire local unions from Buffalo and Rochester. That's not local. I understand this conversation is not about solely the data center, TerraWolf, but if the moratorium is not passed, a huge project will steam forward and will have lasting impacts on Lansing and surrounding towns. Thank you.
Do we still?
2 minutes.
2 more? 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay. Well, Ben B., that's all he put on there. Okay. You get just a couple more minutes.
That's all right, that's all
That'll
right.
be the last one.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of talk in this room today by those opposed to the moratorium that Lansing isn't creating growth, but is joining the AI fad creating growth. Not necessarily. In fact, many respected economists and leading financial institutions like the Bank of England and the International Monetary Fund are ringing the alarm on an AI bubble. Here are some numbers. 80%. AI companies have accounted for 80% of the gains in the entire U.S. stock market so far. I must remind everyone that the wealthiest 10% own 93% of the whole stock market. What our market decides to get behind, like what we're seeing with AI, is exponentially based less on the consumer needs here and more based on what market pencil pushers need to do to improve net gains on many sells and buys for giant financial firms. 0.1%. That is how much the GDP rose in the first half of 2025 without the AI market. 40%. OpenAI, the company whose data will be stored at this data center, makes up 40% of the AI market. And when OpenAI fails, the AI market fails. Let's look at some more numbers. $12 billion, the amount of annualized revenue OpenAI has in 2015. $8 billion, the amount of cash burn OpenAI projected as of July 2025. Sorry, I said 2015 earlier, I meant 2025. $0 of profit OpenAI has made so far. $1 trillion. That is the amount OpenAI, which runs ChatGPT, needs to spend in data center expansion to run at their optimal level to be a real, viable, profitable company. Currently, OpenAI makes up the majority of the AI market, and it is not profitable. 5 years. That is how much time OpenAI has to expand to $1 trillion in data center infrastructure. 5%. The amount of ChatGPT users, 5% of those users are paying customers, which make up the revenue of only $15 billion. OpenAI needs to get to $1 trillion in 5 years and only gets annual revenue of $15 billion. It is not possible. This AI market is not built to succeed. And to people with a good memory, this is akin to Enron coming to you in 1998 and asking to build in your town.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Ruth, I know we've come to the end of our time. I'd like to see how many people really wanted to speak and have not had a chance to speak.
I agree with Joe. I think we should let them speak.
You don't have a paperback?
Do you need to change the motion that you voted on at the beginning of the meeting?
I think we do. I would like to move to let the people who raise their hands just line up and give them a chance to speak.
Second.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to write it down. Do we need to vote? We need to vote on that.
Hold on, everybody.
Yep.
We still have one person that was on the very last two. Yep, but you'll be the next, and then we can follow right here. Yeah. Is everybody on the list that we passed right now, currently? Everybody? Okay.
I'm sorry, so
Daniel Baruch.
Do we have to
Wait,
vote?
we have to vote to...
we have to vote first.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah.
So are you putting a time limit on this, or to just let everyone speak?
How many people, raise your hand so I
How
can
many
count?
people?
2, 4, 6, I see 7 people?
I see 8.
8? Sorry. So those 8 people get to speak, is what I'm moving,
With the same 3 minutes.
with the same 3 minutes, and I ask you to be brief if you can.
Okay. Are you making that motion?
Yes. And Lori seconded it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
I don't see Christine, so I guess
She
she's not.
stepped out for a second.
Okay. What is your name, sir?
Daniel Baruch. I'm going to try and speak loudly because the microphone seems to be a struggle for some of us.
Please speak into the mic so
I
people at home
shall.
can hear you too.
It seems like, first of all, thank you for being here, for extending this conversation. It's obvious that there's a sizable conversation that needs to be had around TerraWolf, but you're also doing your part to try to manage the needs of Lansing. Some people have already spoken of this, that this is not a zero-sum game, that there should be no reason that we can't address the very real concerns that many people in this community and the 3 counties surrounding Cayuga Lake and the dozen cities and towns surrounding Cayuga Lake have about this center. Now, I am as pro-business as anybody else, but I also recognize that not everybody earns their income working for a union, being a contractor. Some people make their living protecting this land. Some people make their living overseeing projects like this to make sure that multi-billion-dollar corporations with a $6.35 billion market capitalization don't come into our town and take advantage of us. Now, if you let a company of this size come in here without buttoning up your laws, crossing your T's and dotting your I's, and you allow them to do things like that are happening right now at the Lake Mariner Center, where residents are complaining about the noise and there's no recourse, or the Green Ridge Bitcoin facility, where people have been complaining about them belching out noxious emissions in violation of New York State law. They've been fighting it for 3 years. Who has deeper pockets? Lansing, New York, or a company with a $3.2 billion backstop from Google and a $1 billion investment from G42, Core 42 from the United Arab Emirates? I think we know who's got deeper pockets. You've got to really watch your six. This is not a situation to walk into lightly. I understand that Lansing has to make up for who knows what kind of tax falls that have been falling upon you. There are winds swirling everywhere that affect this community and every other community, and I don't think anyone should be holding you alone responsible for fiscal complications that come from living in the climate that we live in. But regulatory issues are going to be facing us. The public is going to have a harder time dealing with corporations of this size and holding them accountable if they decide to act badly. It's been brought to the attention of the public and this board that TerraWolf is not necessarily on the board, so to speak. So I think we just need to discuss what a moratorium looks like that really does protect the Lansing businesses, the Lansing residents, but also acknowledges that Cayuga Lake is one of the gems of upstate New York. It is one of the gems of New York State. It is part of the economic engine that makes this region as successful as it is. And if we, in a short-sighted effort to try to gain a little bit of profit to make up for our tax shortfalls, allow this kind of wolf through the front door without doing our due diligence, we are asking for it. So find a way to pass a moratorium that protects your residents, protects your local businesses, and holds the right companies accountable.
Thank you, Daniel. What is your name, sir?
Hi, Lawrence McCann, Ulysses resident, but raised 3 children for over 30 years in Trumansburg. We live directly across from Lansing. My statement applies to the TerraWolf project, but relates directly to smart and proper zoning for our community. Since I attended the TerraWolf event, I've been deeply concerned. The massive size, the disturbing information, the responses, the lack of disclosure, the electrical needs, and the water issues, the lack of transparency for a project of such magnitude should be of concern for all residents of Lansing. To me, quickly locating such a monstrous data center in this pristine Finger Lakes, a place of stunning beauty, a natural environment that is rapidly growing and transforming successfully because people from all over the nation and internationally recognize these facts, is short-sighted at best. People are coming here for the natural beauty, which is in short supply in other parts of this country. What I saw in the presentation was a minimal job creation for a highly automated unit. I'm confused by the lack of representation for those who see the threat to our freshwater lake and the minute action to safeguard our critical resources for the benefit of those who live here and for future generations. What is the effect on local wildlife, water usage, rapidly rising energy costs? In my eyes, it is an environmental and public health disaster and possibly an existential threat. We are already attacked by HABs on a continual basis. Tegonic Park was closed much of the summer to swimmers. Why are we welcoming more heat into the lake and our environment? The economic and environmental impact will have long-term negative effects on the Finger Lakes community, many of which are not immediately apparent. I want to hear from the lakeside communities and all 12 municipalities around Cayuga Lake. 400 megawatts is a stunning amount, almost a nuclear power plant of energy, certainly a small nuclear power plant. 262 megawatts non-renewable energy requires multiple times larger than the household usage of all of Tompkins County. 300,000 gallons to, quote, charge on the first day. Food-grade propylene glycol, 30% of the coolant. We were told at the meeting, what I heard, quote, would not be taken from the lake. It would be trucked in, if necessary, quote unquote, for the closed loop. What madness sees these massive truckloads of water, and how does this make any sense in this environmental scheme? Who believes these promises from the meeting? If necessary is not a main ingredient, water is not an acceptable and accountable plan. I didn't say that right. This is a more than 2.5 million pounds of water to be trucked into Lansing before TerraWolf even begins.
Thank you, sir.
Now, my wife has 3 minutes, and I just have 1 more minute.
I'm going to defer my time for him.
No, we don't allow that. No.
Can't he just read it?
No, you can read it.
Go ahead. You read from there.
Okay, I'm Cheryl Chalmers. I'm a resident across the lake in Ulysses. We have not had the opportunity to ask nor received answers about the dust suppression, evaporation, thermal impact of boiling away heat or blowing it away. What other factors have been ignored? Noise, traffic, aquatic and ornithological life, light pollution. Much of this is running or humming 24/7. Some estimate that this machine requires 400 million gallons per day to cool this facility. Thermal and air pollution will fuel ever worse harmful algae blooms and drive out native species. The project offers minimal local benefit, few permanent jobs, while placing the ecological and financial burden on the Finger Lakes communities. The harm to Cayuga Lake, already a problem body of water and a drinking source for tens of thousands of residents, is too large. Cayuga Lake, part of the 11 Finger Lakes, is a public trust, a shared resource for residents, farmers, students, tourists, and recreation. It will be permanently damaged. So we must take the time to explore if this works for our community. Rushing headlong into the unknown and unexplained is irresponsible. With very few benefits to residents, irreversibly altering Cayuga Lake's ecosystem will permanently harm Lansing
And surrounding communities.
and surrounding communities.
Thank you.
Please, we must call for a
Thank you.
moratorium.
And what is your name?
Hi, I'm Michael Watson, a local author and a community organizer. I run a garden with my wife, and we dig food for various food banks. I was supposed to be digging purple potatoes today for loaves and fishes, but I felt this was very important to be here. I'm pro-moratorium. I believe in smart development. In organizing, we say that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. I think these big companies want to come in, move fast, pressure you like a car salesman, and break things, and I hope they don't come in and try and break Lansing. I believe in what you do. I believe in the zoning laws that you hope to enact, and I hope we can see them come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Marie, and I want to start by thanking you for doing multiple motions to extend the meeting. I also want to immediately follow that with, I am also an Ithaca resident as of right now. I'm a former Lansing resident. I go to church in Lansing, just stayed with that community, and a lot of people wanted to come to this and wanted to speak, but they weren't able to. So the concerns about transparency, and I'm not even technically a Lansing resident, but I was the one informing Lansing residents that this was happening. I feel like that should come from Lansing, and it didn't. But there is a lot of interest. There's a lot of people on both sides of the moratorium. I'm personally in favor of the moratorium, and I will say that although it's not specifically targeting TerraWolf, they are the reason why I am personally in favor of it. I went to the meeting at the middle school, and we got a lot of non-answers. I felt like well, if you don't want us to use your water, we'll just truck it in, was rude and dismissive and kind of like a disgusting proposition to make to us at all. And I also could not disagree more with a statement that I heard earlier of saying that what they're offering the town is good. I think the number 7 million was thrown out there. I think that is a pathetic offer to come from a company with a market cap of over $5 billion. I think that we are not weak and spineless, and if you accept that money, you're a sellout, and I wouldn't want to be associated with what Lansing would become when we reach that point of no return. And I think that continuing to have more transparency and continuing to allow voices around the entire lake to weigh in and really have the people of Lansing a part of it and aware of these meetings and give them time to be part of it. I would prefer to hear some of my people that go to church with me that actually live in Lansing talk, but I'm trying to say that I'm trying to hear them, I guess, is what I want to say to you, and I hope that all of you hear them, and I hope that you really hear me when I say, I'm not from here. I have talked to billionaires before. This is pathetic. This is awful, and if they're going to come in and if it's going to hurt us, it could hurt a lot less, and they can afford it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Todd Brewer. Thanks again for extending this tonight so
I'm
everybody
sorry,
could talk.
I missed your name. What was it?
Todd Brewer.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm fighting off a cold. I'm the business manager for Electricians Union in Ithaca. I got 267 members. I'm also the building trades president for Tompkins Cortland County. And there's, between both entities, there's 13 trades that make up that. There's 4,000 members. My members make their living, make their careers on big projects, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's a power plant, whether it's a data center, whether it's, you name it. I mean, the latest up-to-date, state-of-the-art stuff we put in all the time. You can see I get this electricians and plumbers and some other trades that are here. This is what we do for a living. This is what we make a career on. This is what we retire with and have great benefits. I'm retiring next July because of all these big jobs that I've worked on and done in my career, 38 years. I was at the first meeting last month, and I was at the meeting at the middle school last week. And it's amazing how you hear people say they're at that meeting, and I'm at the same meeting, I'm thinking, that's not how I took it. There's a lot of false assumptions out there that people are using as facts. And I just urge, I sent a letter to, please ask that you look at the facts. Yeah, Terry Wolf's got facts, but it's real facts. I mean, they're the ones that build the stuff, they know it, they know what's going on. The old facts, the assumptions we're hearing is about, the original data centers that went up, all the pollution they had, the water they used. When I heard comments about chucking in water, the water they use at that plant, it's a closed loop system. The water they're going to be using is for the toilets, sinks, is what the guy said there. I mean, and then everybody coming here, it's just getting heated, and a lot of people claiming people are lying or not being accurate. I thought it was amazing that they put that on. I felt going into that meeting last week, I think it gave a really good, hearing what they had to say and the questions they were answering, looked great. If people got concerns, so I'm opposed to the moratorium. If you got concerns or issues, put it in the language, put it in the documents, and abide by it. If there's regulations you want, I'm a little nervous with unregulated AI for 10 years, the federal government said, but okay, put guidelines on it, put some guardrails in there to protect us, if that's what we're worried about. But don't just shoot down this moratorium would kill the project. We got Cornell cutting back, Borg-Warner has scaled back the facilities there. That leaves the salt plant here. When they talk about how this could affect the local tax base, the school taxes, this is an incubator for jobs and for small businesses, a project like this. They don't come easy. I'm on the Tompkins County IDA board. We got Knickerbocker over there in the town of Dryden. That was amazing. That's the best thing we could hope for. That was a beautiful project. And please don't cut it short.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. I'm Marcus Willamy. I'm a business agent for the Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 81. There's a ton of pipe in this building. We really want to build this building. It's important to us. I'm a craftsman. It's what I do. I build things. I moved to Lansing out on Holden Road in 1995 when I got out of high school. I came from a town that had a one place to live, a corner in New York, one place to work. Our families had one place. When the factories did good, our families did good. Same with this community here. We got Cornell University. It's the cash cow. If this was being built on 366 on Cornell campus, nobody would have boo to say about it. We have a data center going up next week, and no one would say anything about it, and we'd have all union jobs, and union people would be working on those jobs, and there wouldn't be this issue about the moratorium. And I understand, I'm not asking you to push this through. I'm not asking you to make irresponsible decisions. There's a lot of people in this town that are counting on you guys doing your job right, and you count on us for doing our job right. We're plumbers. We protect the health of the nation. There is a lot of confusing data about this project that people don't understand. I've learned a lot, even just today, about this project, the understanding about the electric use and the amount of energy that it's going to consume and how it can affect our energy bills. Myself, I've had my energy bills. I live now in the town of Danby, but my energy bills have gone up to an extreme level in the last couple of years, and I think everybody in this room is affected that way, and anything that's going to increase that is probably negative. I have some members currently working on the Somerset site right now because there's not work in this area. And when we talk about, and they talk about bringing in worker, the unions from Buffalo and Rochester, that's just because we're regional, man. I could work tomorrow in Albany, I could work in Glens Falls, I could work in Buffalo. It's because of those unions and the vast reach for the work and for the workers in this area. We're struggling right now. The unions are struggling right now because Cornell's struggling, because our administration, of course, has pulled money away from the university. That's our biggest employer is Cornell University in this area, and we count on that. We count on this for jobs. So I'm not asking you to do anything irresponsible. I'm not asking you either way on the moratorium. That's your decision. But think about the people of the community. I mean, I moved here to get away from that community, to get away from that scenario. I found a trade that would keep me working, and a lot of the people that work in the trades, it's not just houses, man. We're not building houses. Our contractors aren't building houses. We're building industrial sites. We're building nuclear power plants. We're building schools and universities. And the places where most of the people in this room are working right now is because of us. The reason we're warm is because of us. And just think about us, too. Not just the people here, all right?
Hi. Greg Mezzi. I live in the town of Dryden. I come to you today as a business owner in the town of Lansing. I have a business, probably one of only a few of the lakeside businesses here in the town of Lansing, and I also have a business in the village of Lansing. I'm also a member of the Tompkins County Legislature. I chair the Housing and Economic Development Committee. I sit on the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee. I understand both sides of the argument. I'm a little confused today if this is a TerraWolf moratorium or a land use moratorium. And so I know you have to kind of hide the TerraWolf moratorium in the land use moratorium, but I would caution you the collateral damage that it will do to small businesses like the one I represent and our inability to grow and succeed in our community. I understand smart growth. I understand that we've had a comprehensive plan since 2018. How have we been smartly growing over the last 7 years? You've had two of the most accomplished and well-respected planners as part of your team with CJ and John for the last 7 years. Why now? It seems like TerraWolf is the reason. And if that's the reason, come out, be bold, and say it. But don't punish the rest of us who are trying to make a living, who have invested every single one of our dollars to try to make a life here in Lansing because of the big bad wolf in the room. I don't know necessarily if it's the big bad wolf or if it's the best thing Lansing's ever seen. That's for you all to figure out and for you to get community input on. But I think you really have to take a step back and understand how you're going to limit job growth, how you're going to limit development, how you're going to limit prosperity for the people of Lansing. We have a housing crisis, we have a job crisis, we have union trades that are dying to put people to work. We need projects for them to do that. And I really would encourage you all to think long and hard about how you mask the TerraWolf moratorium, because that's what this is. It's not about land use, because if it was, you've had 7 years to figure that out with the comprehensive plan since 2018. Why now are we taking such a strong stand? You'll see a letter from many colleagues across the county that Representative Kellis will likely present to you today. I did not sign on to that. I respect your ability to pull the levers that you have in front of you and use the tools within your tool belt. But I come to you not with my role at the county, but I come to you as a small business owner, begging you to really reconsider what this means and how this will put pressure and stress on the small businesses and your local community. We need to take radical change in Tompkins County to get the prosperity that we deserve. This is not the way to do it. This is a TerraWolf moratorium, not a land use moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
That's the 8 people you approved.
I'm sorry?
That's the 8 people that you approved in the motion.
I was on the list. I raise my hand every time.
Go ahead.
It's okay, yeah. Let him speak.
Is everybody okay with it?
Yeah.
This is our last speaker.
This is our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for, first of all, allowing local residents to speak first. That's important. Thank you for extending for us. So, one, I live on the lake too. I've lived on the lake for a long time. I absolutely want to protect it. Two, I get people don't understand. They may go to fear first, but we cannot be accused of not being transparent.
Can you speak?
Okay?
Thank you.
Every single one of you were invited to the site. We showed you everything, okay? So we're trying to be as transparent as we can. On energy, talked to Lansing today. We're going to pay SC 7-4. It's a tariff. We're not going to be subsidized. We have to pay one of the highest tariff rates that they have. With respect to the board's responsibility to plan carefully for the town's future, we respect that. However, we're deeply concerned that the proposed moratorium, as currently framed, and then after what I heard tonight, appears to be targeting a single property, a site that has been zoned industrial for decades and remains zoned for precisely the type of use we're pursuing. The Kiva site has always been industrial, first as a coal plant, now as a clean energy data campus. Nothing in our plan changes that fundamental use. Our project requires no rezoning, no special permits, and no expansion of industrial boundaries. We simply are repurposing an existing infrastructure for a quieter, cleaner, and more sustainable operation. Under New York law, moratoria are intended to provide a short, good faith pause for legitimate planning, not to single out a lawful project. Courts have repeatedly overturned moratoria that lack a clear, evidence-based planning purpose or are applied narrowly to one site. Such actions not only erode public confidence, but can also expose towns to unnecessary legal and financial risks. But this doesn't have to happen adversarial. TerraWolf wants to work collaboratively with the town to ensure transparency, trust, and shared oversight. Our facility will produce no emissions, uses a closed-loop cooling system with no lake withdrawals, operates below 55 decibels, and will contribute over roughly $10 million to local revenue once fully built, directly supporting Lansing schools and community services. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Do any of the board members, we're allowed 2 minutes to respond if anyone has anything to say. Okay. Reports.
Oh, so yeah, I will say thank you to everyone for coming.
Yeah.
So, and all of your comments.
Thank you. Thank you. We're on to department reports. Mike Mosley. Hey, Mike. Thank you, Mike, for helping. First of all, I want to thank our clerk's office. They have done a tremendous amount of work over the last few weeks, collecting hundreds, I think probably, is it getting close to 800 comments now? Yeah. So our clerk's office has done a lot. Mike, I thank you for keeping our occupancy safe here this evening. I appreciate that. And I did want to thank also
Well, our codes office and our, and Pat for making our mics work and stuff tonight. So all of the staff has done a great deal.
Yes, for those of you who didn't know, our system was not working as of 2 hours prior to this meeting, and Pat jumped in and got it working again.
Scott Hollister. I'm not taking
Scott Hollister, okay.
Oh, Scott.
Highway Department then. So thank you to all the staff.
Yeah, thank you.
And everything that you've done. This has been a very difficult month. A lot of time consumed with this, and we really do appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you. Okay, Mike, the floor is yours.
Not a problem. Good evening, everyone. I'm honestly a little bit tired.
My day starts early, and my report's in front of you. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If no one has any questions, I would like to say thank you to the clerk's office, which I'm looking at the supervisor's office. Thank you. It's an early day where I start, and it's a late night now, so apologize. Thank you to the clerk's office. Thank you, Debbie. And Jesse, sometimes I have a lot going on, and my resolutions are coming in a little bit late, so I appreciate that. Thank you to the supervisor's office. With the DPW project, sometimes the invoices are coming in late. I appreciate the help with that.
Mike, speaking to the...
I appreciate the help with that.
Thank you.
Holy moly, I appreciate the help with that.
Thank you.
There is one invoice that I need to pull. It's actually one line within the invoice of Bolton Point. Judy has that in her hand. And the reason being, it's for the permit, for the plumbing permit for the new DPW building. It's a lot cleaner and neater if we put the new meter cost along with that plumbing permit just together in one. Historically, you can go back and look and just find everything in one. It's not going to affect the overall project. It's not going to hold up anything, so.
Do we need a motion to move that, or can we just all nod our heads and say, yeah, we'd like to?
I'm not, what are you doing?
Give me
Yeah,
thing.
what are we doing?
We're taking the last item off of, sorry, gotta get my glasses.
An invoice
Off of the invoice 1050.
This is in the consent agenda, so will that have to come out of the consent agenda?
So, do you have to first take it out of the consent agenda?
Well, we're not voting on it yet. I think they're just making it clear. I don't know what you're doing, actually.
I don't either.
So I,
Verifying that you found it.
okay, what we're doing is we're taking the last item on voucher number 1050 and moving it to next month. It's for $372.50.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So is it that we don't have to pay that?
We do have to pay it. Just Bold Point asked, just for clerical, it will all be packaged together, right? So we have to pay for the cost of a new meter, $1,442 and maybe 12 cents. And then we have to pay for the permitting for them to come out and inspect for the plumbing. So if that's all wrapped together, it's a little bit neater.
Permit doesn't have to be paid first this time.
I worked with, I worked it out. How about that?
So what I was going to say, otherwise we could still, like, we could separate it, cut the check and not send it to them and send it.
Nope, we're all good. It's kind of what Guy said 3 hours ago about municipalities, governments working together, so.
Okay, then I did give Deb all the changes for all, because it's going to change all the money.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do we do procedurally? We first take this, take the
Well, I
vouchers
think
out?
we can worry about that when we start the consent agenda.
It's in the...
We'll have to pull it
Well,
out.
I'd like to send Mikey home knowing that we're going to do it.
Yeah, we're going to do
Sure,
it.
I
How's that?
appreciate it.
Well, we can just tell them we're going to do it. Well,
Yeah, we're going to do it.
Okay,
We're not
we're
going
going
to
to
vote on the
do it.
resolution right now, I
Fantastic.
don't think.
We'll figure
Appreciate
out
it. Just some points on the new DPW. The salt barn foundations and grading are complete. The salt barn materials being the canvas, the buckles, and the trusses were delivered 10/14. Erection of the salt barn will begin on 10/16 to 10/31, which is very exciting. Asphalt will go inside the barn on 11/3, working with the larger blacktop companies within the area to, ask them to stay open. The pre-engineered metal building footprint is about to start. In the direction, let's see, the pre-engineered building is expected to arrive on site on 11/3, and the erection of the building begin as soon as the foundation and footers reach 75% of compressed strength. So we're doing well on our timeframe. So, thank you to Randy and Lee from La Chase. They help keep me on track. It's a lot every day, so.
Yeah, if anybody has been over there to see the site, I suggest you going over. It's very interesting to watch the progression of it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Pat? Parks and Rec.
I'm going to keep mine brief as well, since it's in your packet. Just want to send a thank you to the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 377, for the watch fire. And I would also like to send a thank you out to all our volunteer coaches for the fall sports. Really appreciate all the help. We couldn't have our sports programs without them. Another thank you to Lansing Central School District for allowing us to use the new turf field, Sobis Field. We've got to have several games there, which has been very, very helpful. And one last thing, trunk or treat, end of the month. If you've never taken part, if you have children, highly recommend it. If you have a business or you want to support a trunk at the park, please reach out. And thank you to all those volunteers as well.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. John Zepko, Director of Planning.
I'd like to apologize for the lateness of my report. I just wasn't able to pull it together until this evening, so you all have a hard copy. I won't go through the whole report. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. Please feel free to reach out. I'd just like to give you a quick update on the zoning code update. I'm not sure how familiar you all are, but the town has formed a zoning advisory committee. We've had our first kickoff meeting. Joe, you're already aware of that. You were there. Pat has helped us create town email addresses for everybody so that we can have one mode of communication through OneDrive and Microsoft Teams. We've selected a consultant, Colliers, and we're hoping to have a contract signed this month. Once that contract is signed, then Colliers will begin work, and we're hoping that the first meeting with the zoning advisory committee and the consultant will be in November at some point in time. So it's moving forward, albeit at a glacial pace right now, I feel like, but a lot has been happening. And we also have monthly meetings with the Department of State to make sure that we're on track. So there's a lot of oversight. So things are happening on this project, but I'll leave it at that. And if you all have any questions about planning, zoning, site planning processes, or you'd like some more information on the pace and scale of development that we're currently experiencing, I'm more than happy to share that with you, so please reach out. Thanks.
I got one quick question.
Yeah.
How's the hiring process going?
Joe, I couldn't hear you.
How's the hiring process going?
I just need the town board to calm down a little bit so I can focus on managing the department, Joe.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Debbie, did you have anything to?
No.
Okay.
You sure?
Debbie and Jesse have been crazy busy with all these comments coming in. The Lansing Community Library report is in the packet. Youth Services report is in the packet. Mike Sigler, our county legislator.
Hi, I want to thank you for having me again. I want to thank Monica Salvage, County's Communications Directors, whose reports I draw liberally from. I wanted to thank Pat. The watch fire was terrific. It's always one of the best events I go to all year. I invited fellow county legislator Deborah Dawson this year, and she came with her husband Ronnie Hardaway, and they said it was one of the best events they'd been to. And I also invited Congressman Josh Riley. He flew in and he left the airport and actually came to the watch fire, so we got to hang out with him a little bit. I talked about some of the Lansing amenities. Obviously, I talked a little bit about the rink and what a gem that is for our community, so it was nice to just spend some time with him and kind of pitch our town a little bit. We have voted to move the county's proposed budget to public hearing. The public hearing will be October 28th at 5:30 at the Tompkins County Legislature Chambers. Now, we're going to vote on a tentative budget on October 21st. It comes before because we actually have to present it to the public. So we have to vote on the tentative budget. We hear the public, we make some changes if we want to, and then we go to full approval. The 2026 tentative budget. So the total tax levy amount will be $56,713.511. That will result in an approximate tax levy increase of about 3.31%. So that is $4.86 $4.86 per thousand, increase of about 1.4%. And because of the value of a median priced home, that remained the same as in 2024, $300,000. The tentative budget as amended results in an increased tax payment of about $20.08 on a median priced home. That should be $256,000, by the way, or $256 million. The tentative budget as amended, so again, it will increase your taxes about $20.08. And we did not want to increase the taxes. I'm waiting to hear from the public before I actually vote on this budget, but the increase is not large, but to get there, we had to draw down more than $2 million out of our fund balance. Not really a great idea unless there's an overpayment, which we have determined that there was by the taxpayer, but we are coming into some pretty big projects, and I'm going to explain a couple of things that are hurting us. It would be fine to take down that money if we're addressing some of the structural funding problems that we have in this budget, and we do it early, kind of like the airport. The airport is struggling. We are trying to make it competitive as a commercial airport. I don't believe, do that in this budget. We are not giving them the tools to be competitive. So I'm going to recommend that actually we take over some of their debt, about $11 million. That would add a debt service payment, obviously, so it will affect the tax rate here. But I think it is something that needs to be done. I'm going to bring that up. I don't think it's going to pass, but we'll see. The budget does add 11 people to our payroll. We did not make any cuts to other payroll to add this. Information technology department, some security, things we obviously need, but again, we didn't cut anybody else, so that's why we're seeing such a large increase in our budget, and that's why we're having to draw down from fund balance to kind of cover up that and make this an acceptable tax increase to people. We will have some pretty big expenses coming down, like the center of government. We're going to have a tax payment on that. About the center of government, we were looking at other places. I would have liked to see maybe the airport, that was shot down. We were looking at Herald Square, which is pretty large. It just doesn't have the support. I think that probably would have been half the price, but we couldn't get the number of votes on the legislature to kind of move forward with that, so that's kind of dead in the water. So we are moving ahead with the center of government. We will try to keep that price to $50 million. I think that's unlikely, but we'll wait and see what happens there. One of the big problems, as you all know, you're a town, you know, we are not getting the funding from the state that we need. The state budget is now, $254 billion, and AIM funding has not increased. There was a claim that it was an historic increase, I think, last year or the year before. It was historic because it hadn't raised in 10 years. And has not raised again this year. And this is a common complaint from all towns, not just Lansing, obviously. I hear this out of Trumansburg and every other town. The AIM funding is about $717 million, and it's remaining flat. And just things are just too expensive. I mean, our bus service, even though the state kicks in like $700 million, that's for the whole state. And our buses are expensive. And the people are expensive, and the routes are expensive. So we've decided to put another $500,000 towards that. The city says it will match. We will wait and see because we have to get matched by all three partners. And then Cornell has to come in too and match. So we'll see what happens with that. But that's what the county has decided to do. We did have our first Code Blue shelter activation. We are having another one tonight. We kind of predicted this, so this is why we're moving ahead with building the Code Blue shelter down at Cherry Street, which is where our permanent shelter is going to be. Right now, we are, putting people up in hotels and that. It should be open by mid-November, so we shouldn't have a problem there. And then we'll start working on the larger shelter. If you do need shelter, you can go to DSS, that's 320 West MLK Street, or you can call DSS Emergency Housing. That number is 607-274-5030. So we're going to move ahead with this shelter. Big topic you're going to see in the paper today, the flock cameras. We have four actually, flock cameras in Lansing, 2 over by the Sheriff's Department, 1's here at Marabito. This is all public information. And we have another one over here. What it does is the cameras basically take a picture of your license plate, sends it into a system, and it could pop that license plate if we're looking for a missing person, like we were over in Lansing the other day, and we found that man, and he had been driving around. Could not find his way home. So I think it could have saved that man's life. And there was a lot of debate over this, a lot of security questions. A lot of it comes down to trust of our sheriff and our undersheriff and the chief of police, Tom, down in Ithaca. I have every faith in our in those three people to administer this. And these are all questions, frankly, I asked 3 years ago of them. Like, how do you prevent a sheriff's deputy from going into the system and looking up what their girlfriend or husband is doing? And I got terrific answers from them, so that was a concern. That was, by the way, a very long debate, like 2 hours. So you're not alone in these long debates. Last, I want to finish on this. The Tompkins County Sheriff has received a number of threatening reports, threats on our school, Lansing schools, pretty much every school. Threats on Anna Kellis over there, Leah Webb, myself, were all mentioned in this threat. So that is something the Sheriff's Office is actively investigating. FBI has been brought in to investigate it. I do want to thank the Sheriff's Department and the deputies. I pulled into the house one day and they were sitting in my barn driveway. So they could patrol Peruville Road for speeders, which is kind of nice, but it was also kind of nice having a sheriff's deputy sitting outside my house. I will say the hardest part of that whole thing was not really concern, because, you know, it's such a broad threat. And I do appreciate Lansing schools for having a lockdown school. It gives me a lot of comfort having 4 women that have gone, or either have gone or are going through that school district. It gives me a good sense of security with them, but it also, that is the hardest part, going home and telling your family, like, hey, there's this threat. It's, they don't know how serious it is, because you never know how serious really something is until something happens. But I do want to thank the sheriff's deputy and the FBI and everyone involved for tracking those down. That's it. Any questions? Big expenditures coming up, but.
What did they say about security and the flock system? I mean, I don't want to open up a big, huge debate, but just a
No, not a big
note or two for the
debate. I
public.
mean, it's a lot of, you know, it's a little like the AI debate, I suppose. There are a certain group of people that are very worried about the overarching, am I not talking? Okay. It's like a little bit like the AI debate, and there's a certain group that's an overarching, like, we don't agree with this. And they believe that flock, for example, is part of a security state. And I understand that. I mean, nobody likes to think that they're being watched all the time. I do have to point out that most people have a cell phone and you're being watched all the time. But a lot of people don't like that idea of having cameras everywhere. I think that's kind of the world we live in. And I think flock has put security measures in place where, as long as it's like any tool, right? It's as good as the person using it, or as evil as the person using it. And I think that was the main concern for people, that it would be used in a way. Some people worried about people tracking down illegal immigrants, for example, right? People, and we have to tell people, you know, our sheriff's department does not share that out of state. We share it with the rest of the state, but the rest of the state is also not sharing it with anyone else. So that puts some people to rest, but other people just don't believe that. So it's hard to convince them if they're not going to kind of believe what my sheriff is telling me. So
I was actually curious what the sheriff's department said about what security measures they would put in place inside.
The number one thing really is if you even put something in the system by the sheriff, you have to have a reason, and it has to be very well documented as to why you're putting that in the system. And it's not just a query. It's this person's missing, and this is the plate we're looking for. Or there was a gunshots, and this is the plate we're looking for. There has to be a very consistent reason, and that is all kind of part of the system of tracking what those reasons are. And again, you have to have some faith in your sheriff and your undersheriff and the chief of police of Ithaca, who's a partner in this. So.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
No problem.
Can the bad guys just like drive on a different street to avoid the cameras once they know where they are, or what's the?
I suppose. I've never found people to really be that thoughtful. And there's enough. I have stories about that, but no.
The criminals aren't that intelligent? Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, it's there's a good number of cameras. It would be hard to get it kind of around. It would be hard to get through the city without hitting one of these.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Next report is Assembly Member Anna Kellis. Hi, Anna. Yes, please.
I wanted to thank you guys for taking all this time. And
I've heard a few comments here tonight, frustration that you have not taken the time, that you tried to push this through. But I want it on the record and just to acknowledge, having been in local government and now being in state government, I have seen the exact opposite from you tonight, that you took so much extra time, that we're all still here. It's 9:30, and you heard every single person that wanted to speak. You've done a public comment prior to that. I suspect you're going to take a lot of these comments and you're going to review your moratorium and see how it can best match what you're trying to do, but also respect your process and your civic responsibilities. And I just want to thank you for being so professional about all of it. So that's the first thing. I did, as was previously mentioned, I wrote a letter, and something that we do at the state level when we want to respond to a state report, or we want to respond to an action by the governor, you name it, a report that comes out, something in the media, we'll write a letter and we'll reach out to our fellow elected officials and ask if they want to stand in solidarity with us. It's standard protocol. So in this process, I did the same because I was taking issue with what I saw as bullying. And I know how hard you all work. I know what it's like to be a local elected official. They pay you the big bucks to do this work. And I wanted to let you know that many of us elected officials who've done the work that you're doing see what you're doing, and we stand in solidarity with the thoroughness in which you do that. So I'm going to read this letter and put it in record so that you have it. Dear honorable members of the town board, we are writing to you as fellow elected officials who share your commitment to good governance and to uphold the will of the people you serve. We want to express our strong support for your efforts to protect the integrity of the town of Lansing's comprehensive plan and to stand with you as you move forward with the temporary moratorium you have so thoughtfully crafted at your next public meeting. The comprehensive plan you have adopted is not a symbolic or aspirational document. Under New York state law, it is the legal and policy foundation upon which all land use decisions and zoning must rest. Municipal Home Rule Law 10 grants towns the authority to enact local laws to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of their communities. Town Law 263 requires that zoning regulations be made in accordance with a comprehensive plan. And Town Law 272A confirms that, once a plan is adopted, land use regulations must be consistent with it. When you adopted Lansing's comprehensive plan, you accepted both the right and the obligation to ensure that zoning is brought into alignment with that plan before allowing major new development to proceed. This authority is long established and well supported. The Tuxedo Conservation and Taxpayer Association versus the Town Board of Tuxedo, that was in 1979. The court upheld a moratorium as a legitimate means to allow a town to complete planning work without being undermined by premature development approvals. In Bell Harbor Reality Court versus Kerr, 1974, the New York Court of Appeals affirmed that municipalities may adopt interim measures to prevent development that would frustrate their planning objectives. More recently in CP Vestal LLC versus Town of Vestal, and this was most recently in 2025, the court upheld a temporary moratorium designed to give a town time to modernize its land use regulations in accordance with its planning goals. Federal law reinforces your position. In Tahoe Sierra Preservation Council versus Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and this is 2002, the United States Supreme Court held that a temporary moratorium enacted for planning purposes is not a per se taking and is a legitimate tool for local government to responsibly manage development. This decision remains one of the most frequently cited authorities supporting municipal moratoria. The New York Department of State echoes this legal framework in its guidance on land use moratoria, noting that towns may impose such measures to allow for the adoption or amendment of comprehensive plans or land use regulations, and that courts have consistently upheld moratoria that are reasonable in scope and duration and tied to active planning efforts. This is not only a matter of legal authority,
but of local precedent and sound planning practices. Here in Tompkins County, municipalities have repeatedly used temporary moratoria to guide responsible growth and ensure that new investment aligns with community goals. The City of Ithaca enacted a construction moratorium in Collegetown beginning October 3rd, 2007, which remained in effect until April 2009, while the city completed zoning updates that laid the groundwork for denser mixed-use development in that district. The Village of Trumansburg used a temporary moratorium in the early 2000s following the annexation of the Auto Trailer Park property in the village. The moratorium paused and developed any development on the site while the village completed its first ever comprehensive plan and a subsequent update of its outdated 1972 zoning ordinance. This ensured that future development on the annexed property would be guided by the newly adopted land use vision rather than proceed under obsolete regulations, allowing the community to complete its planning process in an orderly and intentional way. The town of Dryden adopted an 18-month temporary moratorium in July 2024 on specified high-intensity uses to give the town time to modernize its zoning so that future development reflects its planning goals. Lansing would be joining a well-established local tradition of municipalities using temporary moratoria to ensure that development happens thoughtfully and in accordance with adopted plans. Temporary moratoria, when clearly defined and time-limited, are widely recognized in New York as pro-business tools that create clarity, stability, and predictability for future investment. The New York State Development of State explains that well-crafted moratoria help communities avoid rushed applications and poorly conceived projects, which in turn lowers legal risk, supports orderly and durable investments, and provides developers with a clear regulatory landscape. These pauses give municipalities the necessary space to complete zoning updates, establish reliable standards, and align future development with adopted community goals. Businesses and developers who are committed to Lansing's future will adapt to the updated standards and benefit from the clarity they provide. In addition to the case law already noted above, courts have repeatedly upheld temporary moratoria that serve active planning work, underscoring their legitimacy as governance tools that strengthen rather than hinder economic development. In EcoGen LLC versus the Town of Italy, a federal court upheld a local imposed moratorium designed to give the town time to adopt appropriate siting rules, illustrating how a temporary pause can support economic growth by clarifying standards before capital is deployed. You have the authority to act, and you also have an obligation to do so. Once a comprehensive plan is adopted, allowing large-scale development to proceed under outdated zoning undermines the plan itself and exposes the municipality to unnecessary legal and financial risk. Passing the moratorium will honor the will of your residents, uphold your legal duties under state law, and protect your community from the irreversible consequences of inconsistent development. We stand with you in this moment. Adopting this moratorium is not a rejection of growth, but an affirmation of responsible governance. It is a way to ensure that Lansing grows in line with the vision your residents have already approved. We urge you to vote yes on this measure and to take pride in standing on firm legal and community grounded footing. There are 35 members of the elected bodies that have signed on to this moratorium to stand in solidarity with you. And there were 3 people from elected bodies in surrounding counties that also signed today. So I wanted to say this stands in support of whatever you decide after these 12 months. Even if you all stand in support of whatever development, even TerraWolf, and you create zoning to roll out the red carpet, that is your prerogative as long as it is in line with your comprehensive plan. That is your responsibility, because that is an actual law, because you have voted on it and it now represents the will of the people. So I want to just stand and recognize the work that you have put in. That is independent of any development. And I want to just pause and set that aside because I will not have an opportunity to stand before you given my workloads and how often I'm not in town and in Albany. So this is from me as someone who has spent 10 years of my life as an elected official who has studied extensively the issue of data centers And I want to just step back and share a few things that I have both read in the public that have been published by some of my colleagues here today, and misinformation that I've heard tonight, and misinformation that I've heard in the public rhetoric. An article was shared with me today, about 25 minutes ago, about an article from Virginia with both the Republican and the Democratic colleagues in a debate standing up, demanding that the state oppose the expansion of data centers because of the unbelievable and what they considered something that they could not continue to withstand, increases in their energy bills for their residents. That it was becoming a situation where people were leaving Virginia because they no longer could afford to live there because of their energy bills. And it is directly related to data centers. And here's why. The way that our rate cases work, and you know we just finished a rate case where we saw a 62% increase in our energy bills. Rate cases are based on a rate base. A utility company can demand a certain amount of money in a rate case that is directly related to the size of their infrastructure. There are two parts of our utility bill. There is the energy delivery and there is the energy supply. The energy delivery is directly related to the utility company, and they ask for what they need based on how much money they need to maintain the infrastructure that they have in place. If you have a significant energy consumer enter into that service area, massive amounts of infrastructure are built in order to provide those electrons to that data center. You have a data center with a 400 megawatt capacity that has put a proposal, a draft proposal before you. A massive amount of infrastructure will need to be put in place with substations and high voltage power lines to provide those electrons to that facility. However, they are not the ones that pay for the cost of that increased infrastructure. That goes directly onto ratepayers. In New York State, large-scale data centers pay between 3 and 7 cents per kilowatt hour for their energy consumption. A resident of New York State pays between 25 and 28 cents per kilowatt hour for their energy consumption. It's an entire thesis to explain all of the reasons why that is, but the infrastructure cost, that gets passed on to us. There is article after article after article that has come out that has shown the reason that our energy bills are going up is because of data centers, as one of the central reasons. That is one thing that I wanted to clarify for everybody. Another piece of misinformation that I have heard is that is a huge job creator. I've heard the projection that this would be 100. If you look at Somerset, it has already in place 200 megawatts of activity. They have the ability to go to 500 megawatts. They currently, as of the end of last year, unless they have tripled or quadrupled since then, they had 22 full-time employees, 22. And it's public record that they said at its full, it would be 35 to 40. I'm not a PhD in math, but 35 to 40 does not equal 100 to me. And the data center here that's being proposed is smaller than the data center that would be at Somerset. So we are looking at massive, huge utility costs for every single one of our residents, when the number one thing that I'm hearing from constituents, from all of you, is that is the greatest concern about being able to continue to live in our area is the utility bills. So jobs, no. When we're talking about economic development, there are a handful of places in New York State that have been facing a moratoria of development. And one of them is the village of Lansing expanding into parts of the town of Lansing. And that has been in place for about a decade, if not over a decade. And that is because there's a the natural gas infrastructure has been maxed out. So if there is going to be development in this area, it has to be on alternative energy infrastructure. There there is a proposal, and it has been in place for years. When I did the Bell Station property and fought for that, we knew that there was the proposal to have a 40 to 60 gigawatt solar farm that would be put in this property for this solar field. And everyone was super excited because those electrons would go onto the grid, and the hope was that it could power some economic development and some industry and some residential development in your area, commercial development, because you would finally have that alternative energy source. But if this data center goes in, every single one of those electrons, instead of going to the grid, would be diverted to this data center to get only a fraction of the energy that they would be pulling into this data center, just a fraction of the energy, which means that you would be foregoing any other development that would potentially be using those electrons. So if you are talking about economic development, I hear from the unions, they want jobs. I want jobs for the unions. Over and over and over again, what I hear from people in finance and investment, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Don't invest in only one company. That is the greatest setup for failure economically for any individual, and anyone in here who's ever tried to invest for their future knows you don't do that. But that is exactly what they are asking you to do. Invest in us, just us, because we are the only company you will have electrons for, and you will have to forego any other economic development. That is not stable finance model for this municipality, and certainly would not create the greatest amount of jobs. So when I'm looking at this business model, forget about the environment just for a second. I don't see a strong economic business model for the municipality. Just that. I could go on that, belabor it, but I'm just going to touch on a few environmental issues. I have a 10-page research, which I'm not going to sit here and read all of it. I'm doing this all from memory. I will share this with you of some of just the beginning of the research that I've done in this most recent round. As you know, I've been testifying at Congress. I've been testifying at state boards or state legislatures on this issue year after year for almost a decade now. So this is something, obviously, that I have researched, and some of it is here. But I will hit on just a few of the environmental issues. When you put a data center on the shore of a water body as large as this, you know this, sound travels. Every single bit of research that I have shown, that I have looked at, shows there is zero data that shows that they can get to no impact, no sound. You have heard 55 decibels. I don't know how many of you, I'm sure all of you, have sat on the shore of this lake, especially if it's misty or if it's raining. If there is an 18-wheeler, or forget it, if there is a sedan car driving down Route 13 on that misty morning or that cloudy day or that rainy day, you can hear every single one of those cars from across the lake, from miles away, going down Route 13. The thing that's important about a data center is those are not the lowest frequency sounds. Data centers produce low-frequency sounds that are constant, and low-frequency sounds travel farther, and particularly over water bodies. So you will be affecting not just Lansing, but every single person who lives on this lake and every other municipality that surrounds this lake, all the way up and down this lake, which is why you have elected officials from other counties who have weighed in and said, please look at this very carefully. So that's just sound. I haven't talked about light. Now I know that they have said that they will minimize sound, but if you look at the Somerset facility, it is only at 200 megawatts. Once they get to the full capacity, that is when they will start building out a significant amount of their water cooling infrastructure, or their cooling infrastructure. That's what makes all the sound. That's what makes all the sound. All of that research is here as well. We haven't even talked about light pollution, and I will talk very briefly about a closed-loop system for cooling. What they don't talk about is that a closed-loop system, the water that is in the closed loop is full of chemicals, full of antifreeze, herbicides. I could keep going. The list is very long. I give a link here that gives a data sheet on the health of that. They have to regularly blow down that liquid full of all those chemicals, and typically that is dumped in the lake as a clearing for that, and then it is replaced. So to say that those chemicals are not going to impact our water body is disingenuous. But it has a second pipe that is aligned to, next to that closed loop. There is a heat exchanger. That water is pulled directly from the lake. The heat from that closed loop system is pulled and transferred to that open pipe, and that is then evaporated and released into the air. So there is water loss, there is an impact on the lake. So to say that there is not also is disingenuous, and I urge you to look more closely at that. I could keep going. I will share with you this document. The science is important, the facts are important to research. I'm happy to give you all of that research. I'm happy to follow up. We have a lot of experts that have done the research at Cornell. We've got a lot of researchers that have spoken in public hearings to us at the state level that would be happy to follow up with you as well. So two totally separate issues, but both very weighty. And I don't envy the journey that you guys will be on. I know it will be a long one, but I respect the work that you have all put in and the love and care that you have shown the community. It has been a wonder and a pleasure to watch tonight. So thank you so much for giving me your time.
Thank you, Anna. I don't know about the rest of you, but I would like to take a break for a few minutes. It's been a long night. Can we take 5 minutes? We'll meet back at, oh my gosh, 9:55? Did I read that right? Yeah.
Yeah, 9:55.
Sometimes I just track time.
Thank you for coming. No, we're perfectly happy to hear what people have to say.
I know. I'm perfectly aware.
Mics are on.
I mean, couldn't have done this earlier today, right?
Yeah, I'm past that today.
Me too.
And yesterday, yeah. Okay.
I'm at 14 hours as of right now. I'm sure you're longer
I
than
might be,
that.
yeah, I think I'm 14.
Nice to meet you.
It needs to be shown. Where is she? She's so scared to get up on this we are live. Well, I think it's okay. Okay. We're live still, just so you know.
A statement out of context is never understood.
Yeah. True. I will ask it later.
Okay. Appreciate it.
It's so clear she's just
Eight out of 10 of our local laws, zero coverage. Ever. Yeah, they don't see that, yeah, we set it up so we can go.
You build it.
You build it.
You should do it. That's literally being responsible.
I have a hard time seeing that as responding to the
I did see some people that took that as like a bad thing, and I was like, no, this is actually a good thing. It means we can go like run our mouth. Like, I got kind of heated, sorry about that.
This was complicated last one. Okay. I had to stand up.
Yeah, I did have this recently. I heard about that. You talked about that. Yeah, and I wasn't at that last one, but there were I'm like part of the church community out here, and there were some church people out there, so I wanted to go like nervous about going. You know, so I was like, well, I'll go. You know, if you want to go and anybody's yeah, but also I really like what you had to say, and I wanted to, at one point I like heard about three, but yeah, I recently talked to Brian a few years ago, thank you, but prior to that I bounced around a lot, and I worked kind of with friends, like, yes, and I'm like, I really resist yeah, it's really good. Okay. Okay, great.
All right, thank you, everybody. Well, we're going to get the meeting going again, so if you want to talk, please leave the room. I can be loud.
It was you and me policing last time. I keep telling everybody, it wasn't just me telling people to sit down and shut up.
Okay, we're going to need to get a mic over for them, I think, when we get to the budget.
Oh my God, we have
Either
to do
that or they
budget.
can come up here.
Oh, boy. Shush. You're not supposed to be making any noise.
Will it reach? Ah, perfect.
Are we even there yet?
Debbie's not back.
On consent agenda.
We don't need to wait for Debbie because Guy can serve as our clerk. Guy can serve in that capacity, so we can get started. Debbie will come when she comes. Does that work for everybody?
It's up to you guys.
Can one of you guys go find her?
Yeah, go.
Let's just move forward and like start this discussion because I think everybody would like to go home.
The resolutions.
Resolutions.
I love it.
Okay.
I'm going to quote you on that.
All right.
Session.
I saw
So the
you glaring
next thing
when
on
I
the
added
agenda then
one
is the
to
consent agenda.
That's good.
Do we have to pull one of the items off the consent agenda
Yeah, I
in order
think
to
so.
change it?
The
The,
resolution approving, no, not the audit. Where is it?
Jen, which is the item we need to pull off the consent? Do you know?
It's the one that approves all the,
I think it is the audit.
Is it the audit?
I believe so, yeah.
the audit, okay, so I
Right,
move that we
seems
pull
like-
the audit off the consent agenda and move the rest of it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay, so which one was it?
The audit.
E, G?
G.
Okay.
Which is just this.
Okay.
No, it's all of our vouchers.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all of our vouchers, yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
all
all
of
of
this.
it. And I understand that we have a revised page to slip in place of that.
She was behind me.
I understand we have a revised page that takes out the one item that Mikey asked to be taken out for $375-ish.
You don't have a revised page because it was last minute.
Okay.
Right, but we will, like you'll put it in.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I gave the figures to Deb this morning in case it did get pulled.
Okay. So all we have to change is the amount of the voucher totals on that page, is
The
my
amount
understanding.
that's coming out of SW and the amount, the total amount, yes.
Okay. The voucher numbers stay the same because we're keeping the rest of the voucher.
John?
Yeah.
Would you mind closing the doors?
Exactly, that voucher number will be, I guess what we need
Thank
to
you.
do probably is, well, you'll approve it here, so that'll be okay.
Okay. So I move that we change the,
Hold on, give Debbie a second.
we're just trying to get things moving so that we
Well,
can get there.
well, I'm the one that needs to make the notes, so.
We have a guy working on it too.
Well, where are you at, I guess?
We approved the consent agenda minus item G.
We haven't approved it yet. We haven't
haven't
gone
approved
through
it yet.
I thought we did.
No, we
No.
haven't even gone through it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so, there's so few, I'm just going to go ahead and read them. A is the motion adopting the capital asset policy. B is motion approving snow and ice agreement and authorizing town supervisor and highway superintendent to execute. C is the resolution scheduling public hearing for special districts' proposed 2026 budgets. D, resolution scheduling public hearing for town preliminary budget for 2026. E, resolution designating portions of Brown Hill Road and Swayze Road as seasonal limited-use highways. F, resolution hiring Jacob Hall as motor equipment operator for the Department of Public Works. And I guess the resolution to approve the consent agenda minus the resolution approving the audit. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
Did I hear?
second.
Judy Drake,
Aye.
Lori Hemmings,
Aye.
Christine Montag,
Aye.
Joseph Wetmore,
Aye.
Ruth Groff.
Aye. So were we going to,
And now you're going to vote on the, or did you already do, are you going to vote on the resolution approving the audit?
no, we haven't done that yet.
Well, I didn't know what you did, you
Yeah.
started before I came back in
Yeah,
here.
we didn't get much done before you got here.
So I would like to move what's item G on the consent agenda with the adjustment of the two lines. It would be the total and,
I have the dollar amounts if you'd like me to read them to you.
yeah, but we also have to change the SW line.
I gave those to. I have those. Yeah, I gave them to
I'm
Deb.
moving it with those two adjustments.
Would the rest of the board like to know what they are, or you're just going to vote on it?
Yeah, I'd like to better understand too.
It's taking $372.50 out of both of those lines, and we're going to move the DPW permit to next month's vouchers. So we're taking that one item off of voucher 1050.
Again, does anyone want to know the dollar amounts of what the totals are?
Oh,
That's all I'm asking. If you don't care,
it's the amounts that are in our packet minus $372.50.
everybody understands what they're voting on. Okay.
Did everybody catch that? Okay.
Okay, so I need a motion and a second.
I'll second.
But, oh, did somebody move it?
I think Joe did.
Okay. I didn't hear you, Joe.
That's because I used
think
hand
he's
signals.
put his finger up.
No, actually, you did it a long time ago.
Whichever.
Well, this was a different one, right?
No.
I'm moving this one too, it's fine.
Judy Drake,
Aye.
Lori Hemmings,
Aye.
Christine Montag,
Aye.
Joseph Wetmore.
Aye.
Ruth Groff.
Aye. All right. Where's that separate sheet? I like that you gave us these separate sheets. Okay, the next one is for the motions and resolutions. We have a resolution creating maintenance supervisor position in the civil service position listing.
I'll move it.
Second.
Was it you, Lori?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any discussion on this one?
I just wanted to just explain the fact that the Personnel Committee did discuss all the position requisition or requests, and the maintenance supervisor was one that was seen across the town would be beneficial, not only to Public Works facility, but town hall, parks, across the board. So this was a position that was supported by Personnel Committee. And then the job description is included. It is a job description that's already available through Tompkins County. So they are okay with this position. So I just wanted to explain that.
Thank you, Judy.
So it is a new body.
Yeah.
So.
So thank you for that explanation. I think it's going to be a big asset to the town to have someone in that position.
Judy Drake,
Aye.
Lori Hemmings,
Aye.
Christine Montag,
Aye.
Joseph Wetmore.
Aye.
Ruth Groff.
Aye. Next one is the resolution temporarily creating an additional full-time administrative assistant 3 position in town clerk office and town civil service roster.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay,
Discussion?
I did want to have some discussion on this, because this did not go in front of the Personnel Committee. We did not have a discussion on this. Debbie, thank you for giving us a heads up on retirement. We appreciate that. That's always nice to be able to plan for that. My concern is looking at the budget, that this position would be adding a temporary administrative assistant 3 for the full year in 2026. Is that what I'm seeing in the budget?
Yes.
Okay. I do have some concern over that. I just, past experience, that's a year to replace a position is a long term, especially with the aspect of you have good skilled staff within your department that can pick things up. So it'd be going out and getting a new administrative assistant 3. My recommendation would be 3 months is a good amount of time on that. And if it is a temporary, we do not have to do a resolution creating and filling this whole thing on a temporary position because it's a short time versus a full-time permanent position like we just did on the maintenance one. So my argument is the fact that this resolution isn't needed if we do it on a temporary, which a temporary in my mind would be closer to a 3-month period of time.
I missed the last sentence. Sorry.
It'd be a 3-month period of time is all you would. So the resolution is really not necessary. It's really more of a budget discussion issue.
Okay.
I share your concerns about the funding, Judy. I guess I'm just really concerned in terms of how much work is being done at the town clerk's office and how long it really takes to learn all of the things that go into this work. I mean, there are so many things that have to be absolutely perfect, like the taxes. And it seems to me that having a longer time to ramp up and learn all of it would mean there will be fewer mistakes for the taxpayers as we make this transition. And, you know, the loss of Debbie and her institutional knowledge is going to be tremendous.
I think what I want to bring up is how the office right now is having trouble keeping up. And it's due to FOIL requests and, you know, all these public comments that are coming in and stuff. And so right now, I know they're staying later than they should be, and they're still falling behind. And that concerns me as well, because I know that when you stay late, it's not good for you and it's not good for our town in general. And so that concerns me as well.
Joe, I have trouble hearing you when you.
Okay, I'm concerned about what we talked about yesterday, about how that's, office is falling behind because of all the extra workload that's falling on it currently. And I'm not sure when they're going to be able to catch up and whether this extra position will help get them caught back up so that they can run at a more efficient level at some point in the future. Judy, what would be considered a part-time, not needing a resolution like this? 3 months, 6 months, a year? What's the kind of?
Well, I mean, in my mindset, these positions, this kind of resolution is when you're creating a full-time permanent position, not something that would be temporary. You're filling in the position with the expectation that the person's going to be leaving. So you're not creating it. I understand the aspect of what we're doing is it's for a year, so it sounds like it's probably something that we should do, but a typical crossover of somebody who's retiring, you do not have to do a resolution such as this.
So I'm asking, because you're saying we could do this via budget.
Mm-hmm.
Could we do a year-long position via budget and we can just ignore this? I'm asking procedurally. I'm not saying we should. I'm asking what the procedure would be correct.
Procedurally, yes, I think if it's just a temporary position, you would not have to do this. I think that the fact is, if you are all in agreement and you want it for a year, then I would say that it's in here for not more than 1 year, and then it comes off, because the resolution itself is not being addressed by a time frame.
Mm-hmm.
The budget is addressing the time frame.
Right.
Is this
Well, I thought it
person
was
meant
at the end
to
of
stay on?
2026.
Oh, sorry.
I said I would be retired by the end of 2026. That would be the time frame. And if I retire earlier than that, it would be less than that.
Right.
Is the person meant to stay on then after Debbie retires?
The person would stay.
Yeah.
But we would no longer have 2 admin 3s. It would be 1, because potentially the current admin 3 would, with board approval, move up to deputy.
Okay.
So then the department goes back to its original size.
So it's a temporary position, but maybe a permanent person. Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
whatever, I mean,
That's correct, though.
Right.
Yep.
I think Judy's ideas sound correct. I'm not going to do anything differently, yeah.
So really, the issue is we don't really need this resolution.
We don't
is
really
the bottom
necessarily
line
need
here.
the resolution. It's a budget discussion of, do we fill the position on a full-time basis? So you're looking at not only wages, but also benefits for a full year to overlap. I understand that they're under a lot of work right now. We've put that work on them. So, and it's not a typical aspect we created it. So-
Some of it. Some of it's just FOIL requests that we didn't create.
Okay. But they're created based on some of the legislative stuff. So we did create it. So let's not make it the clerk's fault. They're not like, hey, FOIL, I wanted something to do today. So
I do have to say, they've received a lot of FOIL requests
Yeah.
lately, not related to anything that we're doing. These
Yeah.
are separate. So they have a lot of FOIL requests going on at this time as well.
So I get that, it's not like we have, hopefully, not have a new town clerk coming in that's elected and they have to learn the process, the whole new piece to it. We're lucky enough to have great support staff in there that's going to be able to step up to the roles, I'm making assumptions of what's going to happen in the future. So really, the new person coming in is going to be the admin person learning Ashley's role as Ashley learns Jesse's and Jesse learns Debbie's. But there's also a lot of that they're already doing that work and have hopefully already learned a great deal of that work as we're going through this process. So we do have to figure out where we're going to put another body for a year. It's also one of those aspects that once you get a body for a year, it's really hard to get rid of a body. So.
And I would just say that I would consider it up to a year. I think that is fair, right?
Correct.
Because,
It
you know.
wasn't never intended to be over a year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Biden.
That
Yeah.
was never intended for
Well-
that. And yes, Jessie does know a lot of the town clerk job, and she is good. There are things that she hasn't been trained on yet, and Ashley is not trained on the deputy job at all, so there's a lot of training that needs to go there that she needs to learn, and then, like you say, the admin would come in and not know anything. So there is a lot of training that needs to happen. I'm trying to make it so the town clerk's office can run smoothly, they can meet the required deadlines that they need to, and keep the town people happy. And this is kind of the only way I figured out it would work.
I'm not questioning that. Right now, I want to figure out what the best procedure is to move that, and then we can talk about how long you can do it, and, that sort of thing. And it sounds to me like we can just do this through the budget. We give you a budget line, and you can hire a temporary person who then can move in, everything can move up as described, and I'm making the same assumption Judy is, and my guess is most of the board would be happy with that assumption as well. So I think we can table this item and go straight to budget and decide whether or not we're putting that in the budget line, whatever line that is, and I'm not sure which one. I don't even know if it's in the recommended changes. It is?
Yep.
Okay.
And
So-
it's in a couple different lines because the town clerk's responsibility.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
spread
yeah, I
over a
understand.
couple lines.
So I suggest that we pass on that resolution and just deal with it straight in the budget, which is going to be its own fun. Everybody else agrees?
I agree.
Sure.
Thank you, Judy.
Appreciate that, Judy. I also want to give a shout out to Mary Ellen and Jen. With everything that's going on, I have not been able to devote the time that I wanted to the budget because of all these other issues that have been coming up, and they've stepped up and they've done everything they need to do to get this in on time. I really, really appreciate it. They've done a great job. So thank you both. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So the next one is the resolution memorializing changes to the tentative budget and authorizing preparation and filing of the preliminary 2026 budget. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Do we want to have a discussion? Do you want to go through all the changes from the tentative budget? Was that kind of the idea, Mary Ellen, was to walk through the changes from the previous version that we saw?
Yeah, so in your packet, and I gave you separately another thing, and it, basically the first couple pages of that is also what's in your packet. The last page has the highlighted additional changes. From there on down, that's not in your packet. And on your spreadsheet here, it's anything that's in blue. That's the changes that came through just the last couple days, yesterday and today, after the packet was done. Oops.
So you're saying this highlighted stuff is not included in this?
No, it's all included.
Everything's included, so.
It is included,
Those
yes.
are just things that came at the last minute, so they didn't get incorporated in the rest of it?
Right, it wasn't
Okay.
made public yet because it had already been posted, and therefore it was also not in your packet. The majority of the changes that you see that were made were from the DPW payroll budget lines. And that was just aligning his, because he cut some positions and we moved some things around to make available the funds for the maintenance position that we're adding, plus some, honestly. So these changes align with his total payroll budget. So there's no wiggle room in there for him. So.
So besides the maintenance supervisor, the B fund also has an increase of an administrative assistant too. I think it's half year is what we went down to, I believe.
Yes.
If I remember correctly,
Yeah,
instead of full year on that. So also adding some administrative help to the codes office. It also includes the administrative person for the Parks and Recs to go from 36 and a half to 40 hours a week. So we are expanding some of the administrative support as it is already for the town. So, and then once we get through this, I do have some overall questions.
I do have a question about the technology equipment line. Are we not putting money in to redo the sound system that fell apart today?
Nope.
I think
It was
we need-
taken out.
I understand. I really think we need to. I think we can't have a system that's breaking hours before the meeting.
It's not, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I was told originally it would be about 25,000, and I'm told tonight it's not going to be anywhere near that amount. So that's why I took it out. What I heard tonight was going to be about $1,500 for the new board.
I would do.
But
And I would just say, it sounds like, okay, this is not a lot of money here, this is not a lot of money there, but you put it all together, I would encourage you first to look at the budget.
Oh, I understand.
Overall.
I understand. But this is a system that we need to have working. And
Agreed.
I've been watching over the years how we kind of patch it here and patch it there and keep it going along. And then we have a catastrophic failure this afternoon, which requires two people sitting here all afternoon trying to make it work. We have an extra system here just in case that we
I'm not
can't.
arguing for or against, okay? That's up to the town board to decide. I am just saying, as you are thinking about these things you'd like to add, we'd all like new staff, that would be great. We'd all like these things, they're the best things and whatever. But I'm just saying, it's all great, but can we afford it?
Right.
Or do we have to just get new microphones for right now? Or, right, do we really need an overhaul? You gotta tighten your belts here.
from what because I was in here a lot when they were working on it, we need the new board. And I was told that was only about $1,500, and I think we can do that this year. I'd like to get that done this year.
Okay.
Rather than put in the 26 budget, because for $1,500, there may be some more expenses on top of that, maybe for other things, but this thing that's sitting right here next to me, this is do not touch, because if you touch it, it'll fall apart. That's what we really need to get done first.
Okay, if we're replacing things and not just kind of patching, I'm good with that. I want this system to work because it's used by many different, bodies in this room. It's important that it work, and, it was a panic this afternoon that stressed out a lot of people around here, and I just don't want that to happen again if we can avoid it.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying, but throwing a number in there like $25,000 when you don't even, no quotes, nobody looks at it, we don't have any of that. And besides, in a few years after DPW's done, we're thinking about renovating here. Maybe that's the time to do an overhaul.
Well, I don't want to go through what we went through tonight. I do want that thing.
Yeah, but again, that's not
But that'll be this year. That would be, yeah.
I just want to
And
make
like I said, I'm not arguing for or against, I'm just saying, please think about these things
Oh,
as you're wanting to do this, and I understand completely that the audio has to be correct, and it's gotta work. I understand completely, I'm just saying, as an overall broad statement about the whole budget, please look at the whole thing as a budget for each fund individually,
Mhm.
and then make your decisions and think
Mhm.
about what you can do.
And I meant to update that report. meant to
I
do
was
that
just going to
tonight.
say,
I
we
meant to
don't know
bring
what
that
the
tonight.
tax rate is, we don't know what our total levy is, we
The
don't know what
levy
the difference
is an
is.
increase of 22%, the tax rate 20%,
20,
as of right now.
As of.
But I still
Was it-
don't have in there wasn't there one more equipment adjustment coming from Mike?
It's in there.
Or is
He
that
took
in
his
there?
loader out, and
Okay.
it's in there, it's reflective of
Okay.
that.
But I did do a quick calculation where I just took the actual tax levy itself, the amount, and, the difference between this year and last year, and I backed out what was just the debt service. Our overall operating expense only went up about, and this was overall for all four funds, only went up a couple $100,000, which I thought was pretty phenomenal for all the changes that have been coming down the road. Mikey has been being really good about cutting where he can and being very efficient. I think all the departments have. I know John has, Pat has. So if you take that piece of it out, it's not as horrible, but we all knew that was coming. All right.
well, I mean, so the rate, right, so this year, sorry, my computer's not, it's dying. 2025, our rate was 1.9174. With this budget that you have in front of you, for 2026, it'll be 2.3168, which is a 20.83% increase.
Say those numbers again, please, Mary Ellen.
2025 was 1.9174. 2026, 2.3168, and that's a 20.83% increase.
So it's almost 40 cents. What's that do to a median household?
100 and, oh shoot, it was on that list. I want to say 100 and,
What's the
I can't do it from memory.
What's
I don't wanna
the
misquote.
price of a median house right now?
Last I heard it was about 350.
Yeah,
Jen can do that, she'll give it to you here in a second.
Okay.
What would you say the average is here, like a $300,000?
350.
350? Like $140, $150?
Okay. That's what I remembered. I just didn't want to say it because I was afraid I'd forgotten. A year.
And where does this put us in line with the tax cap? Are we going over the tax cap? Are we still under the tax cap?
It's blown out of the water.
Yeah. They're not even close.
Do you guys have any questions? Yeah.
I tend to agree with Mary Ellen that we need to find a way to trim this down somehow. I don't have any good ideas for doing it, and I'm sorry. Short of going back to the departments and saying, what else can we put off for another year? But that doesn't let us pass anything or modify anything tonight, and that isn't very helpful.
I would say that really only the highway department can cut the kind of numbers that would make a difference in that percentage.
It's a lot.
Hmm?
They've all.
No, I'm just saying, but if we eliminate his department, it's still going to have a tax hike.
I know, I just say, I want you to understand that the departments have looked at things, and I'm not saying that we can't look more, and look at things, but there's definitely, there's definitely, you either have to lower expenses or increase revenue.
No, I understand. I'm just, my comment is, if we eliminate the clerk's office entirely, we're still going to be over the tax cap.
I understand that.
Yeah, and it's, so Debbie she could cut a lot, and I don't think it would make a huge difference in this budget, make a little difference. And so I'm trying to understand what kind of cuts we're talking about, because most of the problem that we're dealing with in terms of the increase is because we're building a new highway facility. And that's where a lot of the money's going. And we either stop building that, or we cut programs that are really being used. And I'm just not sure how we could cut enough out of the town's budget to bring this number down significantly and not hurt the community a lot. And I'm trying to understand where that would come from, just, ballpark ideas.
Yeah, and I mean, the board can make whatever decisions, obviously, that you want to make, but we all know that every department is extremely busy and overtaxed. And that's, to be fair, to every department, that's not because of their regular work. That's because of the other work that they're having to do because of other things that are going on. And if we could all get back to what our core jobs are, that would be great. And I guess what I'm saying is, we have a DPW project going on. Maybe the board needs to decide with this budget, what projects, what things is the board gonna want to do next year? And to me, the work has to get cut, not the people, because you need these people to run the basic town business, right? But I think if the board could just say, and I'm just going to put a for instance in here, just for illustration, okay?
Mariel, can you speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry, just for,
You're saying very important
just for
things.
illustration, don't take offense to anything I say. Maybe we say, you know what? We love trails. Right now, we can't afford to put any more money or time toward them because we don't have the staff to do it. They have regular jobs to do. Maybe there is, DPW, we got a bond, we're building the DPW, right? Any other projects that might pop up, right? That somebody says, oh, look, we can do this because there's a grant. Well, there might be a grant for some of the funding, but it comes with extra work. And now, and that's where we're getting, in part, that's where we're getting into the staffing issues. We don't have enough staff to do all the things that come up. If we could get back to, and please, department heads, if you disagree, say so, but if we could get back to what our core jobs were, we'd still be very busy. Don't get me wrong, we'd still be very busy. But we could manage.
I'd second that as well as everybody in the comment.
Can you use a mic? Just so that it's part of the record and stuff. Just come on up here. Use my mic.
Oh, I forgot about the mics right there.
Yeah, I want folks at home to be able to hear you too.
It's no problem, Joe, I just didn't have a mic there. Sorry to interject, but I would agree with Mary Ellen, but also I'd say the town board and the residents having an understanding of what they can expect for that level of service. So, for instance, if we were to, not hire an administrative assistant in my department, how would that affect level of service? How long would it take to return phone calls and emails, and how long would it take reasonably to issue the average building permit and things like that? I mean, I think it's okay to not continually expand staffing, but we just have to understand what you get for that. It's just a clear trade-off, and I think most people are okay with that trade-off if they get it up front, so.
I hear you on that, and I think that's a messaging that's really hard to get out to the general public is, yes, we can cut your taxes, but do you want your streets plowed every 2 hours when it's snowing or every 4 hours when it's snowing?
Agreed, and again, that's true. So you could also say, at some point, you can cut expenses just so much if the expectation is cut your expenses but keep the same level of service. So at some point, there may have to come a time to decide that maybe those services, we can't afford to provide everything that we would love to provide. Right, run every kind of camp there is, or pick up brush every 2 weeks, or whatever it might be. We might have to say, we can't do that anymore. We can only, again, this is just a for instance, we can only pick up brush during this week in the spring, and that's it. Or we can't pick up brush anymore. You're gonna have, residents are gonna have to bring it in, we'll take it off the truck for you, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly, I understand what you're saying, I'm just wondering.
It's not just cutting expenses, because.
So, I hear what you're saying, Mary Ellen. And honestly, I don't really feel qualified to make recommendations about what those changes would be. I would really need to hear from the department heads to say, all right, what's the work that you really need to do? And what's the work that is optional? And, probably very little of it is optional. Or what is the work that can feasibly be reduced so that we can reduce the burden on the staff and reduce the costs because of that? Is it something as simple as saying, okay, we'll start with picking up the brush every month instead of every 2 weeks, or, once or twice, whatever. That sounds like people would probably grumble, but not totally unreasonable, assuming that it doesn't create a problem of we don't have trucks big enough to pick it up, once or twice. And that, or if we plow the roads every 3 hours instead of every 2 hours, does that create a safety problem? Does that, those are the things I would really need to hear from the department heads. It's like, how much would it actually save us in labor or cost of saying we're going to put the trails on hold for a year? What would that, would that actually make a difference? What if we, slowed down the rate at which we, did the, I don't know, sorry, Debbie, the dog enumeration? We did it one year less, but I don't think that'll save us anything because we just did it, right?
Right, we do it once every 5 years.
Once every 5 years, so, we're not going to be doing it next year. Those are the things where I would really need to rely on the expertise of the departments to tell us what work we can reasonably slow down or eliminate, because there's always too much work to do. It doesn't matter what job we're in, but I really do feel it for the employees of the town. I hear what you're saying about, grants come with administration. And that's, so maybe we need to slow down on that too. It's very hard to turn down what appears to be helpful money that would help us do things like get a functioning heating and cooling system in this building.
Right, well, there's grants like that are going to be helpful, but there's not an ongoing cost. And again, I think this just needs to be a lot of discussion, lots of ideas thrown out there, that sort of thing, and yes, talk to department heads. And when I refer to grants, I mean more the type of grants that it's a one-time grant to help with whatever, building a trail. But then we now have to maintain that yearly, and we don't get grants every year.
Right.
So now we need more staff to take care of that. That's what I mean. It has snowballed. And I hate to pick on trails, but that's just something I think of as that we're not legally obligated to provide trails.
Right.
It's a clear example.
We have to legally provide, plowing the roads and taking care of the roads and things like that. But, and again, just the trade-offs, and it's never going to be easy.
Yeah.
Well,
And I think the
taxes.
questions are different with each department.
Yes,
I mean,
of course.
with planning, that, there's nothing that they can do to back it down. I mean, they get business all the time, and
Right.
they don't really have any service that they could really
Yeah, but, you know,
cut
they're
without,
at the
without
mercy
really,
of
you know,
the-
we're getting
the
complaints now
applicants.
that things aren't getting, you know, development isn't happening, and you would just extend make it even worse, I think, if
Yeah.
you did that. And each department is different, and Patrick has, I mean, your very valid points about the trails and ongoing maintenance, you know, so it's very different with each department, so it's hard. But I understand the concept that you're getting at, is what can we cut back? But part of it is also costs that we don't have any control over, like the fact that the insurance increased 18% in '26.
Right.
You know, there's certain costs that they're fixed costs that we can't do anything about.
Right.
So it's a.
But as I
it's a-
look through this, a lot of the increases are fund balance increases. And I know we're trying to get things up to healthy.
Mhm.
Is there any way we could trim this a little bit so that we're not, you know, that we could make progress in the right direction without cutting back on services and, you know, and I know that we want to have healthy fund balance. I'm not debating that at all. But could we trim 1 or 2% off of each one here and there and maybe make it work a little bit better for the taxpayers?
Well, let me ask a question that leads towards that. What dollar figure does this 20% increase represent? How much would we have to cut in order to get rid of the 20% increase?
Yeah, that's a good question.
A lot.
I know, I just want a real number so I can start to say, you know, if we cut $3,000 here, does it make a difference, or is it really just pennies? And I need a real number of how much that is.
Part of the thing with the 20% increase is that that's a combined rate. You're taking your A fund and you're taking your DA fund and you're combining them.
Mhm.
They are two separate entities.
I understand
So you're
that.
gonna have to look at your A fund budget by itself and then your DA fund budget by yourself.
I'm just looking for a rough number of how much money are we trying to cut from all these funds, so that I have an idea of how much impact, if we take, you know, $3,000 off here, are we making a real difference, or is this just like pennies of what we're trying to cut? And I don't have that idea.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I run to my office and get my computer?
Go
And
for
I can
it.
give you some of those, because I've updated that spreadsheet for the current numbers.
All right.
I just need a ballpark. I'm not looking for.
I can't do it without.
Can you do it off this sheet here?
Yeah, this is your spreadsheet.
Yeah, but I updated it for the
I-
current budget.
I just need
but-
ballpark. I'm
Okay,
not- I'm not
you
looking
can
for
still use
instance.
the same one then.
I don't know, it's your spreadsheet.
I mean,
Here, just
no,
look at
I mean, let me go get mine, I did update it.
Okay.
Let me do that, I'll be right back.
Okay, I just, you know, I need to know whether we're trying to cut, you know, 100,000 or, you know, 500,000, and I don't really know off the top of my head.
And to Jen's point, you do have to look at each fund.
Yeah, that's the second step. But
One
to-
fund that I think was the DA was like a 38% increase.
Mhm.
So, again,
I know, but we need to cut the money from
All right,
somewhere.
so if you cut $100,000 off of the A fund levy, you drop your rate by a little under 2%.
So every 100,000, we drop it 2%.
Less than 2%.
That's a lot of cutting.
Yes.
And that's what I'm getting at, is, you know, you're talking about,
But I think, don't ignore the B funds either.
Right.
Because if you look at your DB fund, you're using $470,000 of your fund balance. You have one more year to do that,
Yeah.
and you have no money left.
That's right.
Mhm.
It will go bankrupt.
I understand, I'm just saying, you know, if we're talking about trying to cut $500,000 to $1 million off of this, to bring that 20% down to single digits, we're eliminating departments in order to do that. We're not trimming.
Yeah, well,
And that's what I'm thinking. I mean, we might be able to bring it down a couple, 3%, but I don't see how we bring it down much more than that without gutting things to the point that it really is going to be detrimental to the
well,
town.
and also think about, and I'm gonna go back a couple of years ago, when we saw this coming,
Mhm.
and we put a plan together to slowly get us there, right? At
Mhm.
that point, we said 3 to 5 years, if you stick to this.
Mhm.
We didn't. So, and now we're trying to do it all at once, and
Mhm.
and this is what we have.
Well, yeah, it's not
So-
just the all at once. It's not just all at once, it's the debt service on the DPW.
Yeah, well, sure,
So-
sure. I guess what I'm saying is it just, we're not gonna fix it all 1 year. Even if you cut this budget, you're gonna have the same discussion next year. And, in the meantime, we have to be careful about how much we tax our, not taxes, but our employees. Because, it's tough out here. So we have to be thoughtful about this. I don't think there's it may not be any one choice for every fund. You look at each fund separately, talk to the department heads.
I mean, the easiest way to cut all of this is cut all the positions that we just added and decrease the raise. That's not really where I want to go.
How much would that change things?
Probably $500,000.
Okay. Just so I have a perspective of what you're doing.
One position, just the position in the town clerk's office, just for an example, Deb, I'm not picking on you, but just for one example, that's costing us over $100,000 between wages and benefits. Your benefits are at least 50%, so if your wage is $60,000, you're at $90,000.
And I agree, Judy, I wouldn't want to do that either, because now you're trying to balance the budget on the backs of the people that are doing the work.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we just tried to improve wages so we can hold on to people so that we can, to get us to where we need to go. The maintenance person, adding the maintenance person was to take off a little bit off from the public works staff, take a little bit off from Mikey, give people here so they're not going to fix toilets instead of doing what we need them to do kind of thing. So,
I think that's one of those things that it's almost a necessity to get to where we want to go.
Yeah.
Right?
It
It's
is.
one of those, okay, suck it up, you got to do this. But again, yeah.
And I think things like this, the maintenance will probably end up saving us money because we'll have somebody that can do things in-house rather than having to hire some of the
Yeah,
work
and-
done out.
Yeah,
So
and to be
it's
fair,
a
Mikey
trade-off.
took $190,000 out of his wages, so we paid for that. We
I'm
paid for
sorry,
that.
I didn't catch the first part of that.
Mikey cut $190,000 out of his payroll budget. We more than funded that maintenance position by doing that. So I think that as far as staffing, I would agree with adding what we've got in there now to add, to slowly grow staff, because I also would not want to grow staff so quickly that in 2 years, we can't fund those staff.
Right.
And now we have to let them go. Right, so grow it smart, steady, where you need it, of course, and where you can afford it.
And whatever decisions we make this year have to be very smart ones, because that bond payment does double next year. So
Yeah.
we're in an even harder position next year.
Right.
Yep, yeah. So, yeah, the biggest thing that hit us was the DPW, the debt service. Over $600,000 this year. It's going to be 1.2 next year, in '27. And we did have originally in the capital plan to upgrade some water mains, and we couldn't put that in the budget this year. So I feel like we have, without cutting people, I don't know how we
If you
can.
cut people, you will definitely be cutting services as
Yeah.
well. Because
Yep.
there's no way that at the level of services you have right now, if you have less staff, you won't have those services.
Well, we've done that before, that we did this attrition thing for years in which the town would try to cut down staff, and not cut services, and we got overworked staff as a result, and that's not a solution, that's just,
I think we're just getting caught up on some years where we should have been increasing the rate a little bit more than we did over the last
And it
many
didn't-
years.
Yeah, and I think that the ARPA funds, and I would say that, that was new to everybody to have those ARPA funds, but us using those funds for more of the operating expenses and more of the equipment costs that we should have been able to we shouldn't have used that one-time revenue for operating costs.
Correct.
We should be able to afford that and use that for other things, which is a kind of a segue to the host community agreements, to make sure when you guys make decisions about what to do with that it's not, maybe it can go to help fund balance, but then boy, leave it alone. But, put it in reserves for one-time costs or things like that. Don't use it to fund new staff because you won't have it again.
Right.
Don't use it for operating expenses because you won't be able to keep it up. Just have those thoughts in mind when that comes about as well.
I'm totally with you on that, 100%.
Yeah.
So I just want to look at some of the history that we're facing. So your spreadsheet that you sent us from 2016, this is just a fund. When the tax rate went up 15%, the following year they brought it down 15%. The following year they went up 2%, then they brought it down, then it went up 12%, then they had flat, and then they went down 3%, and then it went up 1%. That is not what you do with a tax rate. A tax rate should be stable, and it should have small increases. You never go down in a tax rate. I'm sorry, public loves that, but you don't go down in a tax rate. You do nothing, or you kind of go up, but you don't take it down in the negative. So we're trying to reel off from 10 years of mixed budgeting, and with assessments that have grown and then not grown. We had a 1% increase in our evaluation in A fund. That's low. Yes, it was off from 14% the year before, which was nice for 25, but a 1% growth in evaluation that's almost nothing, pennies. So at some point, we're going to have to bite some kind of bullet on the aspect to get us back stable, and that's where we're at.
When did the power plant shut down?
I'm sorry?
When did the power plant shut down?
19,
19 what?
2019.
Oh, 2019.
But the rate was dropping for
Yeah.
about 10 to 15 years before that. So it went from like 126 million, and when it finally closed, it was at like 20 million. So it was a gradual
Yeah.
drop.
And we were getting a pilot on that, it wasn't that much.
Right.
It used to be a lot more. It used to be something like
Which,
126.
by the way, I think they still owe us.
They do. And the last time I talked to Jerry, he said they're accruing it.
How much do they owe us?
Well, if we look at the interest now, it's probably up over 50,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not huge, but, hey.
Yeah, because they didn't pay the tax bill for 2020, which was, I don't know, it was like, I want to say 38,000 or something like that, but, yeah, it was 38,000. But we've been accruing interest on that ever since.
But that's a 0.5% increase in our budget this year. Or, moving our fund balances back into position.
50,000 won't make that much difference.
I'll take it.
Call Jerry. Yeah, but to get it down to, I just don't know how we could get it down to anything much less than what it is without really, it's the debt service is the big thing that's not.
I understand that, and I think, seeing how late it is and all, I think what we do is we pass this preliminary budget as it's been described, and then we ask our department heads to tell us what it would be like to do like a 5% cut, just so we get that feedback. Not that I'm trying to do it to you, but to get the feedback of, this is the kind of service cut you're going to get if you ask us to do that. So that when I go to the public and they say, why didn't you cut taxes? I can say, because you wouldn't get your licenses in time, or, building permits would now take you 6 months instead of 3 months. Something like that. So I can have real answers to what would the service cuts look like.
So what I can tell you, that from the tentative budget to this preliminary budget, the A fund went from a 15% increase down to 11.5% increase. And the DA went from a 38% down to 37%.
I fully understand that your office, all of you, have been working really hard crunching numbers, and that all the department heads have been working with you trying to figure out how. I have no doubt about that.
Well, just to be fair, we have been more data entry than had anything to do with any kind of trying to figure out how to make the budget work. We just put the numbers in and present it to you.
But you're constantly running numbers through for people, saying, well, if I do this, can I do it?
Yes,
It's work. It may not be, you may not be making decisions, but you're still crunching numbers all the time and trying to keep up with all the different ideas to see what things happen. And I know everybody's been working really hard on that, and I want to acknowledge it. And I don't want my suggestion to sound like you guys aren't doing enough. It's more, give me information so I can talk to people with real facts as opposed to just generalities.
Guys, it's getting late.
That's why I'm suggesting we pass this and we ask all the department heads to tell us what a 5%, cut would look like, so that I have that information to be able to talk about it.
Well, and I would suggest that really, honestly, really look at this budget. Like we will send you, the budget in its regular PDF format, and I'll send the spreadsheet to you as well. And I can even send it to you in Excel if you want to play with that, but know that that's on you. But, look at it, and, if you have questions, we tried to put a lot more notes in here this year, so you know what each line is paying for, to understand, what it is. Tried to make the notes of the things that we have already eliminated from, what the original ask was. And, and see for yourself what's there as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate this line with all the notes. It really helps me understand. That's my solution for where we go. I don't think we can go much further tonight because...
We still have more.
No, I'm saying on this budget. I'm not sure what more we could do.
I mean, I know that, John submitted a very limited budget to begin with. I don't know where he could, his is pretty much, he doesn't have a lot to work with.
I understand. I'm not asking...
Mikey, I know, has spent, I can't tell you how many hours he sat with John trying to work numbers and get things done. He always does an amazing job.
I'm not asking him to cut their budget. I'm asking him to tell me what it would look like, to just give me the bones of what would you not do, or what would the effect be, so that I can say, building permits now take 3 months, they're going to take 6 months to a year. So I can give that kind of answer to someone so that they don't say, oh, why don't you just cut a position there? Because I can say, this is what the result will be, and our community doesn't want to hear that.
Well, you got to understand, his department is just sales tax.
Right.
It doesn't affect the tax.
I understand that, but people still want, they want to hear it. I'm not trying to cut your budget. I'm trying to learn what the cut would look like so that I can respond to people who are talking to me with real numbers and real ideas, as opposed to my guesses, which may or may not be right. And I don't want you to spend a ton of time on it. I want you to spend enough to give me something to work with. But that's my position. I haven't heard the rest of the board.
I'm being very protective of our staff right now because they are all overworked, and to ask them to do one more thing is very tough. And I know that they have all been extremely thoughtful. They've gone through it with John and Mary Ellen and me to a degree.
I don't want to put...
Things are really tough right now.
I know that. I just think that we as a board need to be able to defend the increase, and the only way we can defend the increase is to describe what a significant cut would look like in this town. And I'm not asking you guys to crunch numbers and, give me spreadsheets. I'm asking you to say, if I were to cut 5%, this is what wouldn't happen anymore. Because that's the answer, is something wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I agree, and to a certain extent, I mean, I'm sure that the department heads could probably give you some ideas, but I think that they would probably need some input as well. Like, what services is the town board okay with not providing?
But this gives me kind of a list to start talking about and saying, this is what would not happen. I'm not trying to make these cuts, I'm not trying to figure out exactly what. So maybe we'll all look at it and say, that's okay. But that's not what I'm expecting. What I'm expecting is to hear things that our community will not accept as cuts. And then I can say to the folks here who are like, why are you mismanaging things so much with this huge increase? I can say, this is what, if we did the cut you're asking for, this is what it would look like.
Joe, I'll be happy to put something together.
Okay, yeah.
I think for the most part, I might need to get a little help from, but I'll do that, because I know what you're looking for, and I think we can do it at a high level.
Yeah.
Summary type thing of this is what happened if you do this is what happens if you do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
I don't want the staff to have to,
okay,
with everything else they're doing. So can we, is everybody ready to move on?
I think we have to vote on this, don't we?
I don't want to push it.
Do we have to pass it, or can we table it?
I think we have to pass
We have to, so that we're ready for a public hearing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's preliminary, it's not final.
All right.
Right. So what you would be passing is basically taking what you have in front of you, unless you have other changes, which we can put in, and making this the preliminary budget, which then becomes the budget that is posted online for people to look at, and then, yes, then you have the public hearing and have more discussion.
And, right, you can make changes at the public hearing. Once you make this the preliminary, you can't make any changes until the public hearing.
Right, and our final vote has to be by November 20th. We usually vote on it the earlier meeting, but we can't. No,
Is that our meeting?
we usually vote on it then, but we don't have to until November 20th. We have time after the...
We have to have a public hearing on it. I believe we have to have the public hearing on the November 5th.
Right, but then we have time afterwards to be able to react to the public hearing and make changes and vote on a final budget afterwards.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Except that last year, nobody even showed up for the public hearing for taxes.
They never do. They
Have
will
a
this year,
feeling
they
they
will,
will.
because I said that.
No.
Okay, so do we want to take a vote on this then?
I think we have to.
I would like a little clarity. If you're ready to vote, I would just want to make sure of something.
Okay.
So my understanding is, in the packet is a resolution, okay, with all the changes from the 24th and the changes for 1015, and then you switch over to the paper that you got from Jen and Mary Ellen today. So the 924, all those are already in the resolution. The 10 changes for 1015 are already in the resolution, but these changes here, additional payroll changes for 1015 will be added to this resolution that you're going to vote on. I just want to...
Yes.
Okay.
And then does that include, I thought you said there were some things in here that weren't on here.
No, they are.
They are in there, okay, that's what I was, okay.
But they're not in our packet here.
Right, so
Yes.
this includes everything
That's in this.
Okay.
These go together,
Yeah.
and Debbie's saying you don't want to use this out-of-date one that's in this packet.
Right, so what I gave you today, if you followed these changes, you'll find them highlighted in here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Are you clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know if you were still going to talk about stuff. I didn't know if you were done.
Okay.
Judy Drake.
Aye.
Lori Hemmings.
Aye.
Christine Montag.
Aye.
Joseph Wetmore.
Aye.
Ruth Brough.
Aye. Board member reports are on the packets for the ones that we have. I did have a work session on there to review the revised intermunicipal water that I handed that out the last board meeting, but I'm going to guess that nobody has had a chance to look at it with everything else that's going on. So I'm not going to worry about, unless somebody did read it and wants to talk about it, but
What kind of time frame do we have on it?
I've already given it to the villages to talk, given them the red line version.
Okay.
And it will probably be, I'll be having discussions with Ronnie Hardaway and Linda Woodard about it. I just haven't had a chance with everything else that's going on, just as you understand.
Sure.
Been consumed. So if it's okay with you guys, but I think we do need to go into a closed session or executive session? I couldn't-
Closed session to get advice from our attorney?
Yes, closed session for advice.
I got that right.
Counsel. Can I get a motion to?
Sure.
Second.
Second?
Oh, wait a minute, I didn't get the first, sorry. Who's the first, Joe? You? Who's
Sure.
doing the first?
Sure.
Sure what?
Sure, I'll be the first.
Go to closed session, and
I was
Lori,
second.
thank you. Time is
11 o'clock.
Don't we
Thank you,
have
Mary Ellen.
Two
Thank you.
things that we need? to
All
do?
in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
Do we
Turn
dare?
the camera off.